Chapter 1176. The rain did not stop at the desert, but spread to the divine continent. Not long after, it began to rain inexplicably in the divine continent. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, but it began to rain. This scene was inconceivable. The farther one was from the tree of life, the weaker the effect of the rain falling on the ground. No more grass grew from the ground, but the plants were nourished by the rain. The grass became greener, and the flowers became more beautiful, quietly changing. In the mountains, many intelligent animals drilled out of their caves, raised their heads, opened their mouths, and swallowed the rain falling from the sky. Their eyes were bright, and their fur became more lustrous. Magical changes were sprouting in their bodies. Tian Chanzi looked at this scene in amazement. The boundless desert had completely turned into an oasis. It was completely different from before, as if it was another world. He could not help but look up at the tree of life and said with emotion, "It's finally advanced to a big world. This is the myriad of phenomena that only a big world can have. All living things are growing, and vitality is flourishing." Tang Zheng could not hide the shock in his eyes. He truly felt the difference of a big world. He took a deep breath, and countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth were sucked into his lungs through his mouth and nose, spreading to his 8 extraordinary meridians. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was seeping into his body through his pores. This was a completely different feeling from before. He was surprised to feel everything that was different. No wonder the ancient cultivators were so powerful. It was not without reason. With such rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it was difficult not to increase one's cultivation. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Wouldn't his cultivation increase even faster? As soon as this thought appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be enlightened. It rushed into his meridians like a river, and his whole body emitted strange sounds. His eyes lit up, and a low roar burst out from the depths of his body and rushed to the sky from his throat. Roar. This roar was not a human's voice, but a dragon's roar. The dragon mark on his glabella blossomed with a bright golden light, and a 6-clawed golden dragon flew out of the dragon mark and danced around Tang Zheng's body. In an instant, pieces of glittering golden scales covered Tang Zheng's body. "What's going on?" Tian Chanzi asked in shock. Tang Zheng hurriedly cast a comforting glance and said, "I'm fine, my dragon god arts is about to break through again." Back then, after Tang Zheng absorbed the mysterious dragon soul in the Langya Pavilion, his dragon god secret art had greatly increased, directly breaking through to the 6th layer. The little golden dragon had also grown 6 dragon claws. Later on, he was delayed by various matters and did not go to Langya Pavilion again. At this moment, seeing that the dragon god's secret art was on the verge of breaking through, Huang Xiaolong's heart stirred. Once he broke through to the 7th layer, he would definitely make a trip to the Langya Pavilion to explore the situation, especially that mysterious burial chamber. There were too many tombstones inside, and each tombstone contained a soul. Once he absorbed a dragon soul, his dragon god secret art would easily evolve. Even the 5-clawed golden dragon did not know about this matter. If he knew that Tang Zheng had absorbed a dragon soul, he would definitely categorize him with the hated dragon slayer, which would cause Tang Zheng to fall into a passive position. It was precisely because the 5-clawed golden dragon was very disgusted with absorbing dragon souls, so Tang Zheng subconsciously did not want to rely on this method to increase his cultivation. After all, he had an indissoluble bond with the dragon clan. If he wantonly absorbed the dragon souls of the dead seniors of the dragon clan, it would be disrespectful. Tang Zheng was a principled person. There were things that he should do and things that he should not do. Unintentionally absorbing a dragon soul could be forgiven, but if he deliberately absorbed a dragon soul, it would be too despicable. However, he was still very curious about the burial chamber. After all, even the 5-clawed golden dragon did not know of its existence, so he still wanted to explore it clearly. Perhaps there would be an unexpected harvest. Hearing this, Tian Chanzi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then be careful, I will protect you." Tang Zheng nodded his head, his mind and body were immersed in the dragon seal, and a strong dragon chi was continuously being produced from the dragon seal. The spirit chi of heaven and earth continuously rushed into the dragon seal, causing the golden light released by the dragon seal to become more and more intense. The six-clawed golden dragon that was wrapped around Tang Zheng's body raised its head and wagged its tail, exuding a frightening majesty that made people unable to look directly at it. Roar! The little golden dragon raised its head and let out a dragon roar. Its eyes bloomed with golden light, and a small dragon claw gradually grew from its abdomen. Tian Chanzi looked at this scene curiously, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. For the people of Wuxia, dragons were always a very sacred existence, but at this moment, Tang Zheng was like a dragon, making Tian Chanzi have a whole new level of respect for him. This kid's magic is far beyond my imagination. When I first met him, I never thought that he would have a day like this. TSK, my life is really worth it, to have cultivated such a freak. The word freak was not derogatory, but Tian Chanzi could not find an appropriate adjective to describe Tang Zheng. In the distant sky, Missouri Xie suddenly arrived. Just now he had seen the scene in the sky from afar. The appearance of the Dizong of Goguryeo and the 10 kings of hell made him turn pale with fright. He did not know the existence of the Dizong of Goguryeo, but he vaguely guessed the identity of this group of people. In particular, he found that these kings of hell were not angry and did not fight back, which was greatly beyond his expectations. The Tree of Life absorbed the energy of the world of spirits and souls, but the 10 kings of hell turned a blind eye to it, and did not attack. This did not make sense at all. But soon he saw a person flying into the sky. His pupils shrank as he recognized that this person was Tang Zheng, his opponent. If it were not for Tang Zheng, the soul of the Golden Crow would not have fallen, and he could directly summon the Yellow Emperor. Because the distance was too far, Mo Xie did not hear the conversation between Tang Zheng and the Dizong of Goguryeo, but when he saw the two talking happily, his heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Why was this kid so extraordinary that he even had contact with the world of spirits and souls? The world of spirits and souls did not make a big move. It must be related to Tang Zheng. At this point, Mo Xie was confused again. What ability did he have to be able to persuade the world of spirits and souls? He asked himself honestly he did not have this ability. Even in ancient times, the Yellow Emperor and the world of spirits and souls lived in peace and did not attack each other. Of course, at that time, the world of spirits and souls was a small world, and it was not strong enough. Therefore, the Yellow Emperor did not pay too much attention to it. But only Mo Xie understood that the world of spirits and souls was not Xiaobai's rabbit, and they would not be trampled on. Especially when it was a matter of the survival of the world of spirits and souls, they would not sit idly by. But after seeing the people from the world of spirits and souls quietly retreat, he had to admit that all this really happened. The world of spirits and souls was demoted, but they did not dare to say anything and just left. This was absolutely not in line with common sense, and it was not in line with the interests of the world of spirits and souls. Mo Xie was resourceful, but he could not figure out the reason behind it even if he scratched his head. Before Mo Xie could recover, he saw the changes in Tang Zheng's body. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Dragon, this kid actually has a connection with dragons." In ancient times, dragons were already a species that existed, but to them, dragons were still an extremely powerful existence. Mo Xie had seen a dragon with her own eyes before, but dragons were too mysterious. Their heads could only be seen but not their tails. However, they coexisted peacefully with humans and didn't cause any trouble. In addition, the Yellow Emperor was not afraid of the existence of dragons because of the golden crow he raised. The golden crow was not weaker than a dragon, and if a dragon really wanted to be an enemy of the Yellow Emperor, then the golden crow would definitely not let the dragon have an easy time. For Mo Xie, dragons were a mysterious and powerful existence, which made his heart even more turbulent. His eyes gradually blossomed with light as he stared fixedly at Tang Zheng. Even though they were so far away, he could still feel the powerful dragon chi that was transmitted over. It was an aura that could not be provoked, causing his heart to tremble. He clenched his fists, really wanting to rush up and stop Tang Zheng, but when he saw Tian Chanzi next to him, he forcibly suppressed this thought. Tang Zheng is extraordinary. We must be careful in the future. Lu Wuxin is right, perhaps this is also a huge threat. Wuxia muttered to himself, his gaze involuntarily drifting into the distance. Vaguely he saw many figures. Wuxia's eyes flashed with killing intent. Qiyu, you've actually been resurrected. Your war with us did not end in the Battle of Zhuolu, but instead continued to this day. You still want to make a comeback, but we won't give you the chance. Just you wait, when the Yellow Emperor is resurrected, it will be the day of your death. Qiyu's group was too eye-catching. Wuxia had discovered them despite being far away. Qiyu had changed his appearance, but it was not difficult for Wuxia. He had also fought Qiyu in the past, so he was very familiar with Qiyu's aura. Even though Qiyu was ever-changing, Wuxia could recognize his undisguised aura at a glance. Even Qiyu retreated in dejection, which means that things are not going well. He didn't get any benefits here. Tangzheng, you're really not simple. Even Qiyu can't do anything to you. Wuxia unwillingly focused his gaze on Tangzheng. In the end, Wuxia let out a long sigh, turned around, and went back to discuss countermeasures with Lu Wuxin and the others. Fortunately, he had come all the way here to discover these secrets. Otherwise, he would have misjudged the situation. The scales on Tangzheng's body became thicker and larger, and the golden light became more and more intense. It was as if he had turned into a dragon. The little golden dragon finally completely grew out its seventh claw. It let out another dragon roar, overjoyed. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it soared into the sky. Wherever it passed, even the air was dyed golden. Even the tree of life was dyed with a layer of golden luster. Tangzheng's eyes sparkled with golden light as he stared straight at the seven-clawed little golden dragon. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Come back!" The little golden dragon swung its tail, turned around, and swooped down at Tangzheng, charging straight into Tangzheng's dragon seal. In an instant, its body was surrounded by a resplendent golden light as a powerful dragon aura soared into the sky. Roar! A dragon roar burst out of Tangzheng's mouth, forming a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions, causing the leaves to rustle. Chapter 1177. The golden light disappeared, and Tangzheng returned to his original appearance. His heart was as calm as still water, and his previous excitement calmed down. Of course, he understood the reason for all his changes. His cultivation had previously increased to the second level of the divine transformation realm, and now he had absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. His dragon god secret art had naturally broken through. Looking at the seven-clawed little golden dragon in the dragon seal, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The five-clawed golden dragon's voice sounded in his mind, and said in a complicated tone, "You've broken through again. This dragon god secret art seems to be tailor-made for you. You cultivate much faster than us dragons." The five-clawed golden dragon seemed to be particularly confused about this. "It's all thanks to you for teaching me the dragon god secret art." The five-clawed golden dragon snorted, feeling unhappy. He was branded by Tangzheng's soul, and that time it also helped him break through the dragon god secret art. Recalling the seven-clawed little golden dragon just now, it thought unhappily, "I've already broken free, and my cultivation is also improving day by day. I believe it won't be long before I can return to my peak state." Perhaps this was the only thing that could make it slightly gratified. "You can go to the 7th floor of Langya Pavilion. You must have been looking forward to this day for a long time," the five-clawed golden dragon said. Tangzheng smiled and said, "Of course, the Langya Pavilion is so mysterious, and every time I take a step forward, there will be new discoveries. This is a huge temptation to me, and now I can't wait to go in and take a look." His tone changed and he said, "However, it's obviously not the time now. We'll talk about it when we get back. You'll definitely have a big surprise," the five-clawed golden dragon said mysteriously. Tangzheng was stunned and wanted to ask, but seeing that the five-clawed golden dragon was tight-lipped, he dismissed the idea. Since it was a surprise and not a scare, then there was no problem. Moreover, even if it was a scare, he was not afraid. Although there were many dangers in Langya Pavilion, he was not the same as before. With such a powerful strength, he would always have the ability to protect himself. The Tree of Life had been watching Tangzheng. Seeing his changes, it said in a deep voice, The great world has successfully advanced, and you have personally experienced the changes. If the ghost realm disappears, then our world will be even more powerful. For you cultivators, cultivation will be faster. Isn't this a good thing? Clearly, the will of the tree of life had not disappeared. Tang Zheng was unmoved. He looked at the tree of life indifferently and said, "You've seen the power of the ghost realm before. Do you really want to start a war between the two realms?" Without waiting for the tree of life to answer, Tang Zheng shook his head resolutely. "I won't mess around with you." The tree of life was resentful and helpless. "Since you have the ability to protect yourself, then we will take our leave. I hope you will take care of yourself." In the past, Tang Zheng was worried that the tree of life would be harmed. After all, Xing Feng had used a device to take away a portion of the sap. But today was different from the past. The tree of life's ability to protect itself was more than enough. Unless it was a very powerful expert, the tree of life would not be threatened. Whether it was Qiyu or the old subordinates of the Yellow Emperor, they would not harm the tree of life. This was because it was related to the spiritual energy of this great world. Without the tree of life, the human world would be reduced to a small world, which would do them more harm than good. The tree of life was silent for a moment and said, "I hope you can change your mind one day." Tang Zheng snorted and said resolutely, "There will be no such day." Seeing Tang Zheng turn around and leave, Heaven Monk looked at the tree of life with a complicated expression, and also left. The vast desert turned into a grassland, leaving behind only the towering tree of life and this green oasis that was exuding a thriving life force. The two of them saw the entire desert turn into an oasis along the way. Their eyes were filled with shock, and they could not help but fall into silence. After walking out of the desert, Tang Zheng stopped in his tracks. With a thought, Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir simultaneously flew out of the Sumeru world. The two of them had a cautious look on their faces, completely focused, as if they were preparing to fight to the death. But when they saw the lush green scene in front of them, they were stunned at the same time. "Where is this?" Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily and said, "We have retreated to the edge of the desert." "Edge of the desert?" Yi Dingdang frowned and looked into the distance. How was this a desert? This was clearly an oasis. Fang Shishir also had the same question and said innocently, "This is not a desert. The desert no longer exists and has turned into an oasis. The tree of life has already turned our world into a large world. After the rain fell, it became like this." Tang Zheng gave a brief introduction. Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir looked at each other in dismay. They did not think that it would be so miraculous, especially since Yi Dingdang was a cultivator. They could not help but say with some envy, "You said that after becoming a large world, this world would be more suitable for cultivators to cultivate and live. Then wouldn't the living space for us cultivators become smaller and smaller? If I had known this earlier, I would not have learned martial arts in the past. Wouldn't it have been better if I had directly cultivated magic like Shishir?" Seeing the depressed expression on Yi Dingdang's face, Tang Zheng's head moved. The carefree Yi Dingdang rarely had such a depressed expression. It was obvious that this matter had a great impact on her. "Dingdang, don't belittle yourself like this. Didn't Tang Zheng say that? Cultivators can also cultivate to become very powerful, and not lose out to cultivators in the slightest." Fang Shishir held her best friend's hand and consoled her. The two of them advanced and retreated together. Their friendship deepened day by day, and they had already become very good friends. Yi Dingdang pouted with an embarrassed expression and said with a bitter smile, "Don't comfort me. In the future, I will definitely not be your opponent. When the time comes, don't bully me." Fang Shishir's expression became cold and said, "Dingdang, what are you saying? How could I bully you? No matter what I become, I will always be your best friend. I will protect you and will never bully you." Yi Dingdang was extremely moved and tightly held Fang Shishir's hand. Cough cough. Tang Zheng coughed and interrupted the two of them. He looked at them and laughed involuntarily, saying, "With a man like me here, who would dare bully you? You are my women. If anyone dares to bully you, I will beat them until their mother can't recognize them." This was the first time Tang Zheng had revealed his identity to the two of them at the same time. Feng Shisha was greatly embarrassed and her beautiful face immediately turned red. She punched Tang Zheng and said coquettishly, "You're talking nonsense again." Yi Dingdang glared at Tang Zheng, but was not as coquettish. She stood on the same side as Feng Shisha and said, "He's just so shameless. Let's ignore him." Seeing that Yi Dingdang had finally walked out of her depressed mood, Tang Zheng let out a sigh of relief. He secretly noted this matter down in his heart. He had many martial artists by his side. If he could not find a good way out for the martial artists, then it would be very troublesome. The cultivators were getting stronger and stronger. It was already an irreversible situation. However, he had to find a way to make the martial artists stronger as well. Only then could the balance be maintained. Moreover, if the martial artists by his side became stronger, then it would be a great help to him. What about the demons in the end? Feng Shisha raised her head and asked curiously. They all left. However, they took away a portion of the heaven and earth magnetite. Therefore, we have no way to rebuild the stairway to heaven. Tang Zheng said disappointedly. Yi Dingdang glared at him and said disappointedly, "We came here with untold hardships, but who would have thought that in the end, it would all be for naught? Qi Yu and those people are too hateful." That's right. Qi Yu took over Song Yu's body and fought with us. In the end, because of Shura, he did not gain any advantage. However, their goal was achieved, so they directly left. What, Qi Yu took over Song Yu's body? Yi Dingdang shouted in shock. Yes. Why did Qi Yu take over Song Yu's body? Can't he take over other people's bodies? Yi Dingdang was indignant. She originally thought that she would never see Song Yu's face again. Who would have thought that Qi Yu would take over that body? Wouldn't that mean that she would have to see that face again in the future? Although it was no longer Song Yu, that face had left too many memories in her. Just looking at it made her feel uncomfortable. Qi Yu was forced to take over Song Yu's body. This was not what he wanted. What he wanted the most was my body, but he did not have the ability. Tang Zheng explained. He still wants your body. What wishful thinking. When Yi Dingdang heard this, she suddenly felt that compared to taking over Tang Zheng's body, taking over Song Yu's body seemed to be better. What was done was done. No matter what, she had no choice but to accept this reality. She fiercely said, "You must think of a way to teach Qi Yu a lesson in the future." Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. Only the fearless Yi Dingdang would use this guy to describe Qi Yu. Other people would never dare to do so. After all, Qi Yu's fierce reputation was not something that ordinary people could compare to. It's a pity that my War Soul Sword was taken away by Qi Yu. He is really too cunning. Purposely using the sword spirit to fuse with the War Soul Sword is actually burying a nail. Once he summons it, the War Soul Sword will betray him. This was also one of Tang Zheng's biggest regrets. The War Soul Sword had accompanied him all the way and witnessed his growth. It was like an inseparable part of him, but now that it had fallen into Qi Yu's hands, it made him feel disappointed and frustrated. The War Soul Sword has also fallen into Qi Yu's hands? Yi Dingdang and Feng Shisha exclaimed at the same time. They were very clear on what the War Soul Sword meant to Tang Zheng. Yeah, but it's not a big deal. Tang Zheng pretended to be carefree and said, "I still have the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrows." With that thought, he thought about the matter of the artifact spirit. The sword soul and the blade soul could both leave the magic treasure. Could he summon the artifact spirit of the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrows? Once the artifact spirit was drawn out, the magic treasure's attack power would increase greatly. He urgently needed to increase his fighting strength, so this was a way. However, he could only go back and practice it step by step. Although Tang Zheng was calm on the surface, Feng Shisha and Yi Dingdang were very clear on his true feelings. They secretly made up their minds that they would think of a way to take back the War Soul Sword in the future. Chapter 1178. Tang Zheng's group returned to the capital. Along the way, they saw the changes brought about by the Tree of Life. Ordinary people wouldn't notice much, but they observed in detail and found many clues. The further they went from the Tree of Life, the weaker the miracles brought about by the Tree of Life. However, the vegetation was lush, and the color was much better than before, emitting a kind of spirituality. They even saw some animals in the distance. They were different from ordinary animals, and there was a trace of wisdom in their eyes. Tang Zheng asked Tian Chanzi curiously. Tian Chanzi didn't find it strange, and explained that this was a miracle brought about by the outside world. When the rain fell on the divine great land, whether it was plants or animals, once they were nourished by it, the possibility of them becoming spirits increased greatly. Especially many animals and plants that lived in seclusion deep in the mountains, and were on the verge of becoming spirits, would truly become spirits because of this water. From now on, there would be many more demons on the earth. In the end, Tian Chanzi concluded, "This is the outside world. You can slowly experience this new world." There were unknown changes in the world, but for the people in the big city, their lives were still the same. They were not affected by the rain in the slightest. It was just that the air was fresher, and the smog that had plagued the capital for many years had unknowingly disappeared. Looking at the bustling crowd in the crowded streets, Tang Zheng's expression was complicated, and he said meaningfully, "I'm afraid that the peaceful lives of these people will never return." Tian Chanzi shook his head and said, "You're wrong. The lives of ordinary people won't change much. You haven't lived in ancient times, so you don't know the situation of the outside world. The stronger the strong, the greater the responsibility they have to shoulder. They won't easily disturb the lives of ordinary people." Tian Chanzi frowned and asked, "Didn't you always say that the big world is a world where the strong preys on the weak?" "That's for cultivators. The lives of ordinary people are actually very far away from the lives of cultivators, so there's no need to worry too much. The real chaos was in ancient times. Ever since the gradual development of civilization, the order of the world has been established. The real powerhouses will not harm ordinary people. Instead, they will form an invisible alliance to ensure the lives of ordinary people," Tian Chanzi said solemnly, describing another world to Tang Zheng. "Is this the duty of the righteous path?" Tang Zheng asked thoughtfully. Tian Chanzi looked at him approvingly, as if he was a promising child, and proudly said, "Of course, this is the duty of the righteous path, to prevent the demons from stirring up trouble, and to protect the peace of the world." At this moment, Tang Zheng couldn't help but have a new understanding of the righteous path. The way the demons did things really made him hate them, especially when they used the mountain river blood sacrifice great array, sacrificing countless lives to achieve their own goals. This kind of ruthless method made Tang Zheng tremble in fear, so he naturally didn't have a good impression of them. Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir looked at Tang Zheng with eyes full of love, as well as a strong sense of pride. Without a doubt, the responsibility on the shoulders of the person they loved was not small. But which girl didn't love a matchless hero? The few of them returned to the front of the villa. Someone had already been notified, and many people were waiting at the entrance to welcome them. Other than Wu and Empyrean Fairy, the other women were not at home. Their hearts for work were not weak, so in the middle of the day, they were busy with their own work. Seeing them come back safe and sound, Lan Yu quickly walked over and impatiently welcomed them. After she took the pill, her power increased greatly. She was even more grateful to her son, and missed him even more. She thought about him day and night, unable to sleep. Although they had not seen each other for a short period of 10 days, seeing her son, her feelings immediately surged. She looked at him with burning eyes and said, "You're back." Tang Zheng felt her fluctuating emotions and nodded. "Is everything okay at home?" "Everything is fine, how about you?" "I'm fine." Tang Zheng raised his head and saw that everyone was staring at him, so he told everyone to return to the house, especially Empyrean Fairy, who looked at him with a strange gaze. He knew that she felt it more deeply than the others, so she definitely had many questions. Whoosh! Xiaobai appeared out of nowhere, and with a flash of white light, it jumped onto Tang Zheng's shoulder. It shook its head and kept scratching Tang Zheng's hair. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily and patted the back of its head, stopping it from running amok. The Scarlet Lunar Beast and Little Yu also walked out at the same time. The father and son were already very close, walking side by side. Their auras were different, especially Little Yu, whose body was shining and her eyes were full of energy. It was obvious that her cultivation had increased by a lot. With the help of the Scarlet Lunar Beast, It was natural for little Yu to increase her cultivation. The scarlet lunar beast looked at Tang Zheng with a flash of surprise. It could also see that Tang Zheng's cultivation had increased, and the aura around his body had changed. It could not help but feel excited. Tang Zheng had brought more and more surprises to it, making it difficult for it to digest. Everyone returned to the living room, and the sorcerer tribe disciples returned to their posts to be on guard. Now that the various forces were mixed and had become a large world, Tang Zheng's protection of this place was even stricter. Naturally, he would not let the sorcerer tribe disciples let down their guard. Tang Dahai was resting in another villa, and did not participate in the discussion. Lan Yu, Wu Junshan Wu, and the Empyrean Fairy focused their attention on Tang Zheng's face. The Empyrean Fairy was the first to break the silence. She asked, "Has the Tree of Life succeeded?" Tang Zheng nodded without hesitation. He knew that he could not hide it from the Empyrean Fairy. He said truthfully, "Now our world has been promoted to a large world." Wu Junshan and Lan Yu looked at each other, and a flash of sadness appeared in their eyes. They had been taught about the difference between a large world and a small world. They knew that in a large world, cultivators' cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort, and martial artists would decline. Yi Dingdong's heart was filled with sorrow as she saw all of this with her eyes. Without leaving a trace, she nudged Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was slightly stunned as he also discovered some clues. However, he could not do anything and could only remember it in his heart. The Empyrean Fairy's face flashed with excitement. With her cultivation and temperament, she had already trained herself to be calm, but this time, her heart could not help but stir. "Then did your mission go smoothly?" the Empyrean Fairy asked curiously. Tang Zheng's expression darkened. He shook his head and said, "We failed." "What failed?" The others were shocked and pricked up their ears at the same time. "How is that possible? It really did fail. Qiyu brought the demon race here, and fought a great battle with us. They took away more than 10 heaven and earth profound stones, so it is impossible for us to reconstruct the stairway to heaven." Tang Zheng explained. Everyone's faces immediately turned pale. This was originally a safety measure left behind, and they did not say that they would use it immediately. However, it was a failure at the last step. In the end, it made everyone feel sad. Seeing that everyone was in low spirits, Tang Zheng coughed. He clapped his hands and said encouragingly, "This is only a small hurdle. We can take big strides forward. Although the demon race is strong, we are not without a way to deal with them." "Oh, what way?" Everyone's interest was aroused. They all raised their heads. On the way back, Tang Zheng thought carefully and thought of a way. This method was very risky, but he had no other choice. The Shura was strong, and was not inferior to Qiyu. Qiyu's strength would recover, but the Shura's fighting strength would not stagnate. After unlocking his wisdom, the Shura's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This was Tang Zheng's judgment. As for whether it would become a reality, it was still unknown. This gave him an idea, and that was to use the Shura to deal with Qiyu. Together with them and the witch race, it was not necessarily that they did not have the ability to resist. At least, they could stop the advance of the demon race and protect the civilians. This was a last resort. But other than this method, he did not have any better ideas for the time being. As for the emperor's old subordinates, Tang Zheng did not count on them. Although they were the source of the righteous path, they had a lot of grudges with him. They would definitely not let it go. He had to be on guard at all times. The key now was to convince the Shura to cooperate with him. As for making the Shura submit, Tang Zheng did not dare to have extravagant hopes. After all, the Shura was too strong and had a cruel nature. No one else could suppress him. Only his Ksiddhagarbha Sutra could. Seeing everyone looking at him curiously, Tang Zheng revealed the riddle and said, "Shura." Empyrean Fairy and the others were suspicious. They did not know that the Shura had unlocked his wisdom. Tian Chanzi had an idea. He looked at Tang Zheng with burning eyes and said, "You want to use the Shura to deal with Qiyu? Although the Shura has unlocked his wisdom, he does not listen to your orders." "The Shura has unlocked his wisdom?" Empyrean Fairy also knew of the Shura's existence. She understood what kind of existence he was. Hearing that the Shura had unlocked his wisdom, She could not help but open her mouth wide. Yes, the Ksitigarbha Sutra has unlocked the Shura's wisdom. Moreover, he is no longer a big deal. He has become a normal person. It's just that his nature is cruel and bloodthirsty. I have suppressed him in the Sumeru world. Tangjung briefly explained. Empyrean Fairy was skeptical and asked, "You really think that the Shura can fight against Chiyu? You should know that Chiyu is not an ordinary person's strength." As the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, Empyrean Fairy knew more about Chiyu than ordinary people. She had also heard the Emperor of Heaven talk about the past and present. Chiyu was the most ambitious and ruthless person in tens of thousands of years. If he had not met the Yellow Emperor, Chiyu would have definitely unified the world. At that time, it was unknown what kind of scene it would be. Empyrean Fairy was influenced by what she saw and heard. Naturally, she was in awe of Chiyu. She could not help but doubt whether Tangjung's plan was feasible. Tangjung had been with Chiyu for too long, and did not have the same reverence as her. He said disapprovingly, "No matter how strong Chiyu is, he is still a person. As long as he is a person, he can be defeated. He only needs to find a way and method. The Shura and Chiyu have already fought a great battle. Chiyu could not do anything to the Shura. Instead, he almost suffered a double loss, so I think this method can be tried." Chapter 1179. Tian Chanzi pondered for a moment before nodding. "Since you're so confident, let's give it a try." Pinnacle Novel, X. Seeing that he supported Tangjung, the others had no objections. "There's no time to lose. You guys go rest first. I'll go back to my room to cultivate." Tangjung was impatient. The current situation was dangerous. He couldn't let go of any time. He had to seize every opportunity to become stronger. Everyone was affected by his emotions, and went back to their rooms to cultivate. Lan Yu had a lot to say, but she didn't have the chance to. She sighed and went back to her room with her husband. "Don't sigh. It's a good thing that our son is working so hard. If he was lazy, you would be worried." Wu Junshan saw through his wife's thoughts and comforted her. Lan Yu raised her eyelids and glanced at her husband, saying, "Your heart is really big. Our son has great ambitions, and as parents, we are naturally happy. But you don't know the danger he is facing. You heard him describe it in just a few words, but do you know how dangerous it is for him this time?" Wu Junshan was sad. Of course he knew. "I thought that after I took the pill, I could share his burden. I didn't think that I was still too weak and was left far behind. Now that we're in the outside world, the cultivators will become stronger and stronger. We martial artists will become a burden and be swept into the trash bin of history. Aren't you worried? Don't you have a sense of urgency? If we can't help our son, then what kind of parents are we? How can you expect our son to recognize us?" Lan Yu said earnestly, her face becoming more and more gloomy. "Our son isn't that kind of person." Wu Junshan said resentfully. Lan Yu snorted, saying, "Of course he's not that kind of person. But you've been left far behind. Do you still have the nerve to stay by his side? Wasn't our original goal to stay by his side to protect us? Now it's reversed and he's the one protecting us. Then what do you think we should do?" Wu Junshan was helpless. "We have to become stronger, much stronger." Lan Yu's eyes burned with passion as she said. Looking at his wife in a daze, Wu Junshan felt a spark ignite in his heart. He nodded heavily. "I know what you're thinking, and I support you. But how can we make it happen? Reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 li. If we just sit here and scratch our heads, we won't be able to come up with a good idea. Why don't we leave and travel 10,000 rivers and mountains? Perhaps we'll have some unexpected gains." Lan Yu's heart was moved as she spoke. "Leave?" Wu Junshan glanced at the door and said, "Are you willing to leave your son?" Lan Yu's eyes flashed with tenderness, and the love of a loving mother was unmistakable. But in the end, she still gritted her teeth and nodded resolutely. "This is for a better future with my son. This temporary sacrifice is worth it." Seeing his wife so resolute, Wu Junshan thought for a while and agreed. "Okay, then we'll leave. We'll definitely come back in the future and reunite with our son." Their eyes silently intertwined with each other, flashing with a resolute light. They were not ordinary people. Since they had decided, they would not hesitate. After leaving behind a letter, the two of them walked out of the room and arrived in front of Tang Zheng's room. After staring at it for a long time, they turned around and left resolutely. The witch clan disciples discovered their whereabouts, but they did not care. After all, they often went out. Tang Zheng did not know that his biological parents had already left home. He probably never would have dreamed that they would make such a choice. In fact, this choice was the result of accumulation over time. It was not surprising. Lan Yu and Wu Junshan had always felt a deep sense of pressure when facing Tang Zheng. It was just that they had always buried it in their hearts and did not reveal it. They had always wanted to help Tang Zheng to make up for their regrets from many years ago. However, Tang Zheng's pace was too fast, far surpassing them. Even if they ran, they would not be able to catch up, so now, not only were they unable to help Tang Zheng, they were gradually becoming a burden. They could not accept this result at all, so they had no choice but to make this choice. If they succeeded, they would have taken a huge step on the road of redeeming this family. If they failed, it was also their choice. They had no regrets. In the room, Tang Zheng sat cross-legged, his mind immersed in the Sumeru world. Xianin was still behaving like a lunatic. She walked around aimlessly in the vast Sumeru world. The Sumeru world was very large, far larger than the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. That was only a small area. Tang Zheng knew enough about the Sumeru world, so he specially divided it into several areas. Shura and Xianin were not in the same area, so naturally, there would be no intersection and danger. Previously, he had put Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir into the Sumeru world without worry, so he placed them in another area, cutting off their contact, so there was no danger at all. Glancing at Xianin, Tang Zheng shook his head inwardly. Whether this woman was pretending to be crazy or really crazy, she still had a lot of information on her, so Tang Zheng temporarily imprisoned her. No matter what tricks she had up her sleeve, there was nothing she could do. Shura. Tang Zheng's attention shifted to the Azura, and saw that he had already opened his eyes, staring at the void in front of him like a tiger eyeing its prey. At this moment, Tang Zheng's consciousness had entered the Sumeru world, and there was no real person. What's the use of imprisoning me? Shura's lips curled into a cold smile as he asked mockingly. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. From Shura's reaction, he could see that his intelligence had increased again, clearly due to the effect of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Shura was very cunning, knowing that Tang Zheng had to use the Ksitigarbha Sutra to suppress him. This was exactly what he wanted, but Tang Zheng did not have a way to break it. If I don't imprison you, could it be that I will allow you to willfully slaughter the innocent and destroy all life? Tang Zheng asked, his voice resounding in the air like rolling thunder, shaking the air to the point of buzzing. Haha, I'm not a human, what's wrong with killing a few? Shura did not think much of it and laughed wantonly. Tang Zheng frowned and said sternly, with me here, I won't let you be so arrogant and despotic. You think you can suppress me for life? Shura asked disdainfully. Tang Zheng's head thumped. He was not completely sure. After Shura's intelligence increased, and his strength increased, would the Ksitigarbha Sutra still be effective? But this was not a question he should be thinking about, so he said with a cold face, Shura, no matter how much you say it, it's useless. Now that you are under my control, you must listen to me. I only listen to myself. No one can make me listen to orders. Shura raised his head and said arrogantly. Chapter 1180. Hearing Tang Zheng's meaningful words, the Shura snorted disdainfully and said frivolously, then let's see how you're going to make me listen to you. Tang Zheng already had a plan and asked, you want to keep increasing your intelligence, right? The Shura rolled his eyes and muttered, you already know the answer. The way you increase your intelligence is through the Ksitigarbha Sutra, right? The Shura didn't say anything and couldn't be bothered to answer. Tang Zheng didn't get angry and continued to ask, in this world, other than the Dizong of Goguryeo, I'm the only one who knows the Ksitigarbha Sutra. If I don't cooperate with you, do you think your intelligence will increase rapidly? The Shura's eyes suddenly widened and said, what can I do if you don't cooperate? If you have the ability to suppress me without using the Ksitigarbha Sutra, then see what I'll do? Haha. Tang Zheng didn't answer, and instead laughed loudly. This laughter made the Shura panic and he asked suspiciously, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how stupid you are," Tang Zheng coldly reprimanded. "I'm stupid? I've already unlocked my intelligence and you still dare to call me stupid?" The Shura retorted hoarsely. This performance was exactly what Tang Zheng wanted. In fact, he had already evaluated the Shura's intelligence. In the desert, the Shura's intelligence had just been unlocked and wasn't high, equivalent to a kindergarten child. Later on, after being suppressed by the Ksitagarbha Sutra, his intelligence increased by a lot, and was now equivalent to a primary school student. The difference between him and Tang Zheng was like heaven and earth. Seeing that the Shura didn't have any shrewdness and was easily angered, Tang Zheng was even more certain of this point. This made things even easier to handle. "Of course you're stupid. Do you think you can rely on brute force to fight for the world and contend against Qiyu? Your thinking is too simple. If this isn't stupidity, then what is? The Ksitagarbha Sutra may have opened up your wisdom, but you are currently like a 3-year-old child, so how could you possibly contend against Qiyu?" Tang Zheng purposely used a disdainful tone as he spoke with disdain. This set of provocation was very effective. The Shura was immediately speechless and panted heavily. "Unless your intelligence improves by leaps and bounds, you won't be able to compete with the vicious and merciless Qiyu." Tang Zheng deliberately directed his hatred towards Qiyu. It was not unreasonable to say that public opinion could distort the truth, and accumulation could corrode the bones. A person with the intelligence of a child would not notice if hatred was instilled into their ears. They would only accept it bit by bit, and it would seep deep into their bones. Tang Zheng had used this method to make Shura view Qiyu as an enemy. Even if he couldn't win Shura's heart, he would still plant hatred for Qiyu in Shura's heart. Moreover, the two of them had already experienced a life-and-death battle, which only deepened the Shura's hatred. This was a method he had no choice but to use. It wasn't very clever, but when he thought about how Qiyu had sacrificed hundreds of millions of lives, as well as the harm he could bring to the world, Tang Zheng couldn't care less. The Shura's eyes flickered with hesitation and hatred. In the end, he stomped his foot and said through gritted teeth, "Then what do you think?" This method of implanting hatred had worked. "I'll continuously use the Ksitagarbha Sutra to increase your intelligence, so that you'll have a way to contend against Qiyu in the future." The Shura's eyes lit up and he nodded. This is a good idea. In fact, he knew that he was mentally deficient, which was why he was so excited. He knew exactly how useful the Ksitagarbha Sutra was to him. Apart from Tang Zheng, he really had no other way. There's no free lunch in this world. Everything has a price. In exchange, you must listen to my orders," Tang Zheng added, pouring cold water on the Shura. The Shura flew into a rage. "You're still giving up and want me to listen to you?" Tang Zheng remained unmoved and said indifferently, "Whether you agree or not is up to you. In any case, I've already told you the way, but time waits for no one. If your intelligence increases, your cultivation will increase even faster. Qiyu is not an ordinary person. If you wait for him to leave you far behind, then you will never be able to catch up to him, and you will completely lose your chance." In the face of Tang Zheng's fanning the flames, the Shura fell into silence. Tang Zheng was not in a hurry to avoid being seen through by the other party. He deliberately played it down and said, "Think about it yourself. I'll wait for your answer." With that, his consciousness left Sumeru world, leaving the Shura to think by himself. Bang bang bang. A series of strong knocks on the door rang out. Marshall's voice came in. Tang Zheng, quickly open the door. Master and mistress are gone. What? Tang Zheng stood up and rushed out with large strides, only to see Marshall anxiously standing at the door. Ever since the two of them met, he had rarely seen Marshall like this, so his heart skipped a beat. He held onto her shoulders and said gently, "Calm down, tell me clearly what exactly happened." Marshall said anxiously, "Just now, I went to find master and mistress, but there was no response after knocking on the door for a long time. Then, I rushed in and found that the room was empty. Then, I went to ask the Witch Clan disciples and they saw master and mistress leave." Tang Zheng did not notice anything unusual and asked, "What's so strange about that? They are adults now, so they must have gone out by themselves." They will come back, so there's no need to make a fuss. I think so too, but when I called master and mistress, their phones were turned off. It was as if they had disappeared. Tang Zheng explained. Marshall stubbornly shook his head. No, that's not right. I feel very bad this time. Something must have happened. Seeing how persistent Marshall was, Tang Zheng patted her shoulder and said, They are not ordinary people. Their martial arts have reached perfection. How could ordinary people be their match? If it was before, I would definitely not be worried. But now that there are strong enemies everywhere, and such powerful cultivators have appeared, I can't help but worry. Moreover, all of this is too abnormal. Marshall insisted. Seeing how persistent Marshall was, Tang Zheng's head sank. He knew that she was not an unreasonable person and said in a deep voice, Then let's go to their room and see if there are any clues. The capital was indeed not peaceful. Although Lan Yu and Wu Junshan's strength was not shallow, it was different from the past. What if others could not deal with Tang Zheng and came to deal with them? After all, they were his biological parents. Moreover, the chief had a grudge with them, so he had to be on guard. Wu Lu was at a loss as he followed beside Tang Zheng, firmly holding onto his hand. The others heard the commotion and walked out one after another. After hearing the whole story, Fang Shishir comforted him. Marshall, don't worry. Uncle and auntie are both experts. Moreover, the heavens help the worthy. Nothing will happen to them. Marshall's face was ugly as he shook his head bitterly, not knowing how to reply. Everyone came to a villa next door. Wu Junshan, his wife and Tang Dahai all lived in this villa, and were neighbors with Tang Zheng and the others. This was to give Tang Zheng and the others some space. Tang Dahai had also heard the commotion. Seeing Tang Zheng come in, he hurriedly walked over and grabbed Tang Zheng's other hand. He said earnestly, Little Zheng, they are your parents. You must find them and ensure that they are safe. Tang Dahai and Wu Junshan got along very well. One was his biological parents, while the other was the person who raised Tang Zheng with a handful of shit and urine. Because of the bond of Tang Zheng, the two sides were tightly tied together and had a natural sense of intimacy. Looking at his grandfather's anxious eyes, Tang Zheng supported him and comforted him. Grandfather, don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to them. Tang Dahai heaved a sigh of relief and looked at his grandson with gratification, saying, With your words, I am relieved. They are all good people and have always cared about you. If they hear your words, they will definitely be very happy. Tang Zheng's heart moved. He had already decided to ease his relationship with his biological parents. It was just that he had been running around and did not have the time to do so in his daily life. Creak. The door opened, and Tang Zheng walked in with large strides. Sweeping his eyes around, he saw that their bedroom was very simple, but it did not lose its warmth. This was a bedroom that Lan Yu had specially decorated. It was less graceful and luxurious, but had more of a rural coziness. He walked in and glanced around. It was as if he could breathe in their air. This was the smell of kinship, causing his heart to tremble slightly. What is this? Yi Dingdang mischievously walked around the room and found an envelope on a small desk in the corner. The words to Tang Zheng were written on it. Tang Zheng, this is for you. Yi Dingdang handed the letter to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng took it in surprise and glanced at it. It was Lan Yu's handwriting, graceful, but with a sense of power. The words were like the person, leaving a deep impression. The attention of the others was attracted, and they all stared at the envelope. Tang Zheng opened the envelope. There was only a thin piece of paper with densely packed words on it. The others wanted to see what was written on it, but when they saw Tang Zheng's eyes fall on the letter and his expression change, they understood that there was a change in the situation. When Tang Zheng finished reading, they all asked with concern, What is written on it? They have left, Tang Zheng said with a complicated expression. There were too many emotions between his eyebrows. For a moment, it was difficult to describe clearly. Left. Wu was shocked. Why would they leave? They are living well here. Moreover, you are still here. How could they be willing to leave? Wu understood his master and master's wife very well. They could sacrifice their lives for Tang Zheng, so how could they be willing to leave him? This did not make sense. But after Tang Zheng read the letter, he understood the cause and effect. He also somewhat understood the two of them. Take a look for yourselves. Tang Zheng passed the letter to Wu, and the others surrounded him. Pairs of eyes curiously stared at the letter, and gradually, shock and confusion appeared on their faces. Tang Dahai did not join in the fun to read the letter. Instead, he looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze. He and his grandson had been together day and night for more than 10 years. They relied on each other for survival. He knew Tang Zheng very well. From his reaction, he could see some clues. They left because of you? Tang Dahai sighed and asked faintly. Tang Zheng nodded bitterly and said, I didn't expect that I would give them so much trouble. Chapter 1181. Hearing his grandfather talk about his daily life, the image of Wu Junshan and Lan Yu couldn't help but fill up in his heart, becoming clearer and more vivid. Among them, their meticulous care for his grandfather made Tang Zheng feel ashamed of his inferiority. This was his matter. He did not do it, but they did it for him. Ever since he embarked on the path of a cultivator, the time he spent with his grandfather became less and less. If not for the two of them accompanying his grandfather would definitely not be so happy. After all, the capital was a completely unfamiliar environment. Without his old friends and without Tang Zheng by his side, he would definitely be very lonely. Tang Zheng blamed himself. Looking at his grandfather with an incomparably complicated expression, he sincerely said, Grandfather, I did not do well enough. Tang Dahai kindly smiled and interrupted Tang Zheng's words, patting Tang Zheng's head like when he was young. However, he was already shorter than Tang Zheng, so he could not pat his head like when he was young. He could only touch his temples. Little Zheng, there is something I have always wanted to say. Even though they made a mistake in the past, how can a person never make a mistake forever? Knowing one's mistake and being able to change is the greatest virtue. The old ancestors' words are reasonable, so you should forgive them. Tang Dahai earnestly advised. Tang Zheng's eyes turned red as he heavily nodded his head. Yes, grandfather, I have already decided to forgive them and ease the relationship. Tang Dahai smiled with gratification. I knew that my grandson was a reasonable person. He just needed time. If they heard your words, they would definitely be very gratified. But they've already left. Tang Zheng was disappointed and frustrated. But they will come back, won't they? Tang Dahai blinked his eyes and asked with a smile. Actually, I understand their feelings. You are still a child, so it is difficult for you to understand all of this. They don't need to leave at all. Why would I dislike them for being weak and not being able to help me? Tang Zheng said in confusion. These were the words in the letter. Tang Zheng felt that it was strange, and did not understand their thoughts. Tang Dahai let out a long sigh, but he understood their difficulties and said, You don't think so, but they will, because they owed you in the past and now want to make it up to you. Now that you are walking in front of them, they are powerless to make it up to you, so the guilt in their hearts will become stronger and stronger. They must find a solution, but they can't let you worry about it. They can only solve it themselves, so they will leave. Do you understand? Hearing his grandfather's analysis, Tang Zheng's heart fiercely jumped a few times. He was not a father, so he did not understand this kind of feelings, but he felt that his grandfather's analysis was reasonable. He helplessly shook his head and said, Since they have such thoughts, they will definitely not let me. Tang Dahai nodded his head. Of course. Wu's gaze finally left the letter and asked anxiously, Then will they come back? They will definitely. Tang Dahai replied without hesitation. Little Zheng is their only tie. No matter how difficult it is, they will overcome it one by one and come back to meet you. Seeing his grandfather so confident, Tang Zheng believed him a little. The old man had always left some leeway when he spoke, but this time he was so sure. Tang Dahai understood their thoughts, which was why he was so confident. Marshall still could not hide his worry and said, But it's so chaotic outside. What if they encounter danger? Especially Qiyu, the Emperor's old subordinates, and even the 100 Transformations Star Lord. These people are all very strong, and knowing their identities, that would be terrible. Tang Zheng patted her hand and said, Don't worry, you have to believe in them. You have been with them for more than 10 years. Don't tell me you don't have this bit of confidence in them. No matter how dangerous this world is, they still have the power to protect themselves. Marshall was at a loss for words. She was worried and confused. She understood the strength of the two the best. For Wu Junshan to be able to sit in the position of martial sect master, how could he be an ordinary person? Other than martial arts, there were very few people who could compare to him in other aspects, so he would not be in too much danger. When the others read the letter and heard Tang Dahai's analysis, they also understood the difficulties of the two. It turned out that the thoughts of a parent were much more complicated than that of a son. It was far from what they could imagine. Only Tang Dahai, who had painstakingly raised Tang Zheng, would be able to empathize with him. Marshall finally heaved a sigh of relief, but his face was still embarrassed as he said, "Tang Zheng, can I ask you for a favor?" Seeing her abnormal expression, Tang Zheng asked curiously, "What is it? Just say it, I will definitely do it." Towards his own woman he did not make any excuses, nor did he have any thoughts of avoiding her. No matter how difficult the matter was, he would do his best to complete it. "When they come back, can you reconcile with them?" Marshall looked at Tang Zheng expectantly and asked, "Reconcile?" Tang Zheng was slightly startled. He knew what these two words meant. This was not a simple reconciliation, but to recognize them as parents. Although Tang Zheng already had plans to ease their relationship, he still did not want to accept them immediately. Their actions this time had undoubtedly stimulated Tang Zheng, causing waves to surge in his heart. He seemed to understand that it was not easy to be a parent. Marshall looked at Tang Zheng with sparkling eyes and asked, "Can I?" This was the greatest wish of her master and mistress. She had always chosen to let nature take its course, but their actions this time had stimulated her, so she wanted to help them. Tang Zheng clenched his teeth. Marshall's request was not excessive. He did not need to go through a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. He only needed to cross the hurdle in his heart. Whether it was as a son or as a husband, if he was unable to agree to this request, then what was his so-called love? How trustworthy were his previous promises? He took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth. Marshall looked at him worriedly, both anticipating and afraid of his answer. This was not something else. She knew that if it was something else, no matter how difficult it was, he would not hesitate to agree. But this time it was too special. If he could not cross the hurdle in his heart, he would not be able to agree. What if he refused? Marshall did not dare to imagine. "All right, I promise you," Tang Zheng said resolutely. "When they come back, I will recognize them. It's not easy for them either." A smile immediately blossomed on Marshall's face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She could not help but hold on to Tang Zheng's arm and kiss him on the cheek, her eyes revealing a deep sense of love. The others were flabbergasted as they watched this scene. Although her relationship with Tang Zheng was known to everyone, she had never shown such a bold action in front of others. Marshall immediately realized that he had lost his composure. For the first time, he revealed a bashful expression and lowered his head. However, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised as his heart bloomed with joy. The lover he had chosen was indeed extraordinary. For him to be able to cross the hurdle in his heart, he had not entrusted his life to him in vain. Tang Dahai smiled in relief. This was a sore point in his heart, but he had never revealed it. Now that this matter had been resolved, everyone was happy. He felt that the courage on his shoulders had lightened a lot. This was truly the grandson he had raised himself. Seeing everyone's reaction, Tang Zheng had mixed feelings. He understood that his background affected everyone's hearts. If he insisted on not being able to get over it, everyone would have a sore point in their hearts. This time, everyone was happy. Once he agreed, he felt that the courage on his body had also lightened. In his mind, the figures of the two people involuntarily appeared. Didn't he wish to be able to recognize his parents since he was young? To enjoy the same life as other children? Later on, this thought was forcefully suppressed, to the point that he had almost forgotten about it. Now that his thoughts were clear, this thought that had been suppressed deep in his heart emerged again. If he recognized them, wouldn't he be able to enjoy the kinship he had always dreamed of? Thinking of this, he could not wait to see them. However, he did not show it. When they come back, they will definitely be very happy to know about this. Tang Dehai raised his hand and called out to everyone. This can be considered a good thing. Tonight, everyone will gather together and celebrate. The melancholy of parting was swept away. In the evening, everyone else had returned. Lu Qingmei, Princess Anne, and Li Xiaotian had also returned to the villa. Mu Hongyan was still dealing with the aftermath of the pharmaceutical factory. The new medicine had been approved and would be on the market soon. This was a critical moment and could not be careless. As a workaholic, she worked almost all day. Princess Anne's jewelry auction was coming to an end. She had a bountiful harvest and was constantly showing off to Tang Zheng, as if wanting to win a few words of praise from him. Li Xiaotian smiled and did not say a word. She also stayed in the capital and was not in a hurry to return to the Li Palace. This was because she had received news that the official attitude towards Tang Zheng had already been polarized. Many people already saw him as a huge threat, but some people thought that they should rope him in. Her pillow talk plan had begun to bear fruit. For the high officials in their families who had Li Palace disciples blowing pillow talk, they became the backbone of support for Tang Zheng. The opposition was led by the head of the high officials. Li Xiaotian discovered the signs. Although it was temporarily not too harmful to Tang Zheng, she understood that any danger should be nipped in the bud, and did not treat it lightly. Instead, she stayed in the capital and contacted the Li Palace disciples, thinking of ways to resolve this crisis. Tang Zheng did not know about this matter. Seeing that she did not leave, he did not think too much about it. After the meal, everyone returned to their rooms. Looking at the back of Wu Jin, Tang Zheng's heart moved. He quietly followed her in without a trace and spent the entire night comforting her. The other women saw this and looked at each other in dismay. However, they turned their heads and pretended not to see. The relationship between them was becoming more and more transparent. Everyone was well aware that only the last layer of window paper was left. They carefully maintained it and did not poke the window paper to avoid embarrassment. Chapter 1182. The next day, everyone went back to their own lives. Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir went back to school. Tang Zheng skipped school again and stayed at home to practice. Now that time was tight, he couldn't waste any more time. He had to race against time to practice. Alone, he sat quietly in the room. When his mind sank into Sumera world, Shura impatiently shouted, "Tang Zheng, I promise you." Tang Zheng wasn't surprised at all. Shura wasn't stupid. His suggestion was the most beneficial to him. Then immediately use the Ksitigarbha Sutra and help me increase my intelligence. Shura impatiently urged. Tang Zheng calmly said, "This isn't something that can be done overnight. Moreover, words are no guarantee. If you promise me now, what if you go back on your word in the future?" Shura flew into a rage. He raised his head and hatefully stared at the empty space in front of him and said, "You're going back on your word? Why do you say that? Words are no guarantee. You can go back on your word at any time. How can I promise you?" Shura breathed out heavily. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Then what do you want?" "Let me plant a soul imprint on you. Then I can lend you a hand." Tang Zheng was very clear on the power of a soul brand. If he didn't place a soul brand on the 5-clawed golden dragon, he wouldn't have stayed by his side. Shura was a powerful helper. If he could use the same method to keep him by his side, it would be a great help. "Soul brand? What is that?" Shura suspiciously asked. He had clearly never heard of this kind of magic. Seeing that he had never heard of the soul brand, Tang Zheng's confidence greatly increased. He fooled him and said, "It's just an insurance to ensure that you won't go back on your word." Shura didn't think so. He silently thought, "What soul brand? It's just a bluff. There's no problem in agreeing. Anyway, I'll increase my intelligence first." "Okay, I promise you." Tang Zheng was secretly happy but didn't show it. He calmly said, "Then relax. It'll be done soon." Shura snorted disdainfully and curled his lips. He didn't take him seriously at all. Suddenly, a bright light flashed and entered his brain. He cried out in alarm and felt a sharp pain, but it immediately disappeared without a trace. It was like a dream. "What did you do?" The Azura was furious. "It's done," Tang Zheng said faintly. Shura opened his eyes wide and checked his whole body. He didn't find anything strange. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief with lingering fear. He coldly snorted and said, "Now you can continue to fulfill your promise, right?" "Of course." Tang Zheng's lips curled into a smile, but Shura couldn't see it. He did not expect the Shura to agree so readily. It seemed that tricking him was easier than tricking the five-clawed golden dragon. You're just lying to him. He's retarded." The five-clawed golden dragon was indignant. "Retard? Will he admit that he is mentally retarded?" Tang Zheng asked with a smile. "Another person has boarded your pirate ship." The five-clawed golden dragon let out a long sigh and said with sorrow. Tang Zheng did not comment. He began to recite the Ksitigarbha Sutra. His loud voice surrounded the Asura. Large Sanskrit characters appeared out of thin air and fell on the Asura's body. It was as if he was wearing a layer of golden kasaya. The Asura's mood immediately stabilized. His eyes shone with wisdom. This time the Ksitigarbha Sutra's effect was very obvious. Even an outsider like Tang Zheng could see the clues. The Ksitigarbha Sutra is really extraordinary. The Dizang of Goguryeo told me to comprehend the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Its supernatural powers are not limited to this. It seems that I really have to comprehend it, and not just use it as a means to suppress the Asura. He continued to recite the Ksitigarbha Sutra several times. The Asura's body was completely wrapped in golden light. Only then did he stop and withdraw his consciousness from Sumi World. However, he did not notice that in another place in Sumi World, after hearing the Ksitigarbha Sutra, Xuaning's eyes also changed. Her originally dazed expression became extraordinarily peaceful. Five-clawed golden dragon, I have already cultivated to the 7th level of the Dragon God technique. I am going to Langia Pavilion now. Do you have anything to say? Tang Zheng asked. The 7th level, you can explore it yourself. The five-clawed golden dragon smiled mysteriously. He still did not reveal anything. Tang Zheng shook his head. The five-clawed golden dragon's mouth was tight. He could do nothing. With a thought, the dragon seal flashed and he arrived at Langia Pavilion. Langia Pavilion stood tall in front of him. He looked up and felt very familiar. He walked in and directly went to the 6th level. Back then, after he absorbed the dragon's soul in the tomb, his Dragon God technique broke through to the 6th level. This meant that he could go to the 6th level of Langia Pavilion. However, one thing after another happened unexpectedly. He did not have the time to calm down and study the 6th level of Langia Pavilion. Moreover, he could only enter Langia Pavilion once a month. If the time was not up, he could only look at the sea and sigh. He never thought that he would break through to the 7th level of the Dragon God technique so quickly. Now that he had broken through 2 levels, he might as well explore both levels at once. The 5th level hid the Taiji dual form sword technique. What would the 6th level contain? His heart was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Bang! He stepped on the 6th level and looked around. The scenery in front of him suddenly changed. It was not a floor, but another world. It was incomparably vast. He subconsciously lowered his head, only to find that he was suspended in the air. There was no floor, and the Langia Pavilion had disappeared. He stood in the boundless sky, and the sound of the whistling wind swept past his ears. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been scared to death. After Tang Zheng recovered from his astonishment, he calmly walked forward. Although he was high up in the sky, he was strolling as if he was walking on flat ground. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly came from afar. It was earth-shattering and reverberated like thunder. He subconsciously stopped and curiously looked in the direction of the sound. His pupils involuntarily shrank as he stared into the distance. Dragon! He saw a dragon. This dragon was shining with golden light. It actually had 6 dragon claws. It was obviously in existence stronger than the 5-clawed golden dragon. It was fighting with all its might, and its opponent was a human. This person was tall and sturdy. He held a long whip in his hand. It was very flexible and powerful in his hand. The battle between the 2 sides was very fierce. The air was torn into pieces, and the mountains below collapsed. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Tang Zheng was shocked. Was this the strength of the six-clawed golden dragon? Tang Zheng knew that the five-clawed golden dragon's strength had deteriorated. Tang Zheng did not know its true strength, but after seeing the six-clawed golden dragon's strength, he had some idea. He was not far from this battle. He even had the urge to take a detour. However, he found that the two sides were still fighting fiercely as if they did not see him, an uninvited guest. Seeing that sturdy body, Tang Zheng's head moved. He could not help but think of a group that the five-clawed golden dragon had mentioned before, Dragon Slayers. The dragon clan was high and mighty. Ordinary people did not dare to be enemies with them. Only the Dragon Slayers dared to provoke them. The Dragon Slayers liked to kill the dragon clan and absorb the dragon soul to improve their strength. Of course, the dragon clan's corpse was also a huge treasure. The Dragon Slayers would not miss it. Boom! With a loud sound, the long whip ruthlessly struck the six-clawed golden dragon's body. The six-clawed golden dragon's skin and flesh were torn open. The six-clawed golden dragon's aura was clearly weakened. The other party followed up with another attack. The long whip wrapped around the six-clawed golden dragon. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Roar, roar, roar. A long dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth, filled with endless anger. However, all of this did not have the slightest effect. That person shook his hand, and the long whip wrapped around the six-clawed golden dragon and flew back to him. Whoosh! His hand was as fast as lightning. He directly stabbed the six-clawed golden dragon's abdomen from the wound. A miserable cry soared into the sky. No. Tang Zheng turned pale with fright. He could not help but shout. However, he immediately realized the danger. His strength was worlds apart from his opponent's. Even the six-clawed golden dragon had died in his hands. He could not even withstand a single blow. He felt as if his throat was being choked. He quickly shut up and opened his mouth wide. His heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. The man seemed to have heard Tang Zheng's cry. He suddenly turned his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It was chilling. Tang Zheng wanted to hide, but he found that there was nowhere to hide. He was completely exposed under the other party's eyes. The two sides were more than 100 meters apart. For such an expert, he could rush over in an instant. Tang Zheng had no way to resist. His body was tense. He was ready to fight. However, the other party's gaze swept over him as if he was air. It swept past him as if he did not exist at all. The other party frowned deeply and muttered to himself, "I clearly heard someone talking, but I didn't see anyone. Could it be that he used an illusion? That's impossible. Who can use an illusion to deceive my eyes?" Although they were more than 100 meters apart, Tang Zheng could still hear these words clearly. He was very surprised. He was clearly exposed in broad daylight. Why couldn't this person see him? This did not make sense. He could hear voices. Why couldn't he see people? That's right. This was the 6th floor of Langya Pavilion. Could it be that this was not real, but an illusion? If it was an illusion, why could the other party hear his voice? This did not make sense. He widened his eyes and stared straight into the other party's eyes. He found that the other party was at a loss and was not focused on him. This meant that the other party was not bluffing. He really could not see him. Moreover, the other party did not need to bluff because Tang Zheng was much weaker than him. The other party's eyes were full of suspicion. However, after scanning for a long time, he did not find any clues. He had no choice but to give up and focus on the six-clawed golden dragon. The dragon's golden core had been taken out. The six-clawed golden dragon's head was drooping. It had completely lost its vitality. The man opened his hands, and there was a jade bottle in his hand. He chanted and the jade bottle shone. A huge stream of dragon energy was emitted from the six-clawed golden dragon's body. Tang Zheng's eyes widened. He exclaimed in his heart, "Dragon soul." Chapter 1183. Tang Zheng had seen the dragon soul in the dragon graveyard, and he had even absorbed it himself, so he clearly knew the magical effects of the dragon soul. Top greater than or equal to point greater than or equal to small greater than or equal to say, X. From this series of actions, Tang Zheng could be 100% sure that this person was the legendary dragon slayer. He did not expect to see the dragon slayer in Langya Pavilion. Watching the dragon soul being absorbed by the jade bottle, Tang Zheng could do nothing. When the other party took away the corpse of the six-clawed golden dragon, only the two of them were left in the sky. That person turned his head again, and his figure flashed to Tang Zheng's side. His eyes were like a scanner, sweeping across the space in front of him, and his gaze once again swept past Tang Zheng's body. Tang Zheng did not dare to breathe too loudly. He was sure that the other party could not see him, but if he made too much noise, the other party could hear him. This was very strange, but it also made him have no choice but to be careful and not act rashly. It seems that I really misheard. I was just scaring myself. Where is the other party? The dragons in this space have been slaughtered, and the last dragon has also entered my bag. It seems that I have to go to another world. Listening to him muttering to himself, Tang Zheng's heart thumped fiercely, as if it was about to jump out. This was because his words revealed too much information. Where was this space? There were dragons in it, but they were all killed by the dragon slayer, and they had to go to another world. In other words, the dragon slayer had the ability to travel through space. From this point, one could completely see the strength of the dragon slayer. It was no wonder that the dragons were so passive when facing the dragon slayer. In addition, the dragons definitely did not exist in one world, but in many worlds. The dragon slayer was hunting in different worlds. Would it come to his world in the future? Tang Zheng did not dare to be sure, but he did not rule out this possibility. The dragon slayer soared into the sky, and the long whip in his hand shook. With a swoosh, a crack seemed to have been torn open in the sky. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. This was obviously a spatial door. The dragon slayer leaped and disappeared behind the spatial door. Then the air fluctuated violently and the spatial door disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The scene in front of him became illusory. Before Tang Zheng could figure it out, he found that he had already left that world and returned to Langya Pavilion. Tang Zheng deeply wrinkled his eyebrows, unable to figure it out no matter how he thought about it. However, his gaze was immediately attracted by another scene. A white-haired old man stood quietly in front of him, but he didn't notice him at all. Shocked, he subconsciously took a step back and asked in panic, "Who are you?" The old man had a benevolent expression as he extended his hand. Tang Zheng subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he discovered that in front of the old man, there was no possibility of dodging at all. The speed of that hand was extremely slow, but he could only watch helplessly. Finally, the hand extended a finger and tapped on the dragon mark on Tang Zheng's forehead. A brilliant golden light erupted. A piercing pain caused him to have a splitting headache. He subconsciously closed his eyes, but the pain immediately disappeared without a trace. He immediately opened his eyes and found that the scene in front of him had changed. It was no longer the rigid Langya Pavilion, but had become a picturesque scene of mountains and rivers. It was wonderful and magnificent. This was a world like paradise. In any case, with Tang Zheng's knowledge, he had never heard of such a place in his world that showed another world. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded, and Tang Zheng trembled all over. He hurriedly looked up and saw a few glittering golden dragons flying in the sky in the distance. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, looking very satisfied. The dragon's roar sounded one after another, and he suddenly found the dragon clan further away. Then more and more dragon clan members appeared, and they were as ordinary as humans. It was not rare at all. This world. He was horrified and seemed to have realized something. This is the dragon clan's paradise, the dragon clan's world. A kind voice sounded in his ears. He quickly turned his head, and found that the kind-looking old man was actually standing beside him. "Old man, who are you?" Tang Zheng's vigilance dropped a little, and he asked curiously. "Who I am is not important." The old man shook his head and pointed at the void. He said, "Look at this great world, but it's a pity that it no longer exists." Tang Zheng frowned suspiciously and asked, "It no longer exists?" "Yes, it's destroyed." The old man's face showed a pained expression. Just as he finished speaking, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The peace and quiet no longer existed, and it became a battlefield with blood flowing like a river. There were many dragon clan corpses on the ground. In addition, the dragon clan was fighting with a group of people in the sky. The sound of killing shook the sky, and the dragon's roar reverberated through the earth, making people tremble in fear. This is... Tang Zheng was dumbstruck. A thought flashed through his mind, and he stared at the battlefield. He said, "Is this the invasion of the dragon slayers?" The old man said painfully, "Yes, the cruel and cunning dragon slayers began to slaughter the dragon clan for the dragon soul. Our beautiful home was destroyed, and the dragon clan had no choice but to step on the path to find a new home." The scene flashed, and a group of dragon clan opened a spatial door and left their homeland. The remaining dragon clan fought a bloody battle, delaying the dragon slayer's footsteps. This battle was very tragic, and in the end, the ground was covered with dragon clan corpses. The dragon slayers shuttled back and forth, absorbing the dragon soul. Tang Zheng trembled with fear. This scene clearly happened a long time ago, and it was just a fantasy. It was completely different from what he saw before. This was because when he was talking to the old man, the dragon slayers passed by them without them noticing. Tang Zheng suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and asked, "Now you know the dragon clan's tears of blood, right?" Tang Zheng nodded heavily, and said with a heavy expression, "Old man, what is the purpose of letting me see all of this? You are a member of the dragon clan, and this is the history of the dragon clan. As a member of the dragon clan, you have the responsibility and obligation to understand all of this." The old man said sincerely, "I am a human, not a dragon clan." Tang Zheng quickly shook his head and denied. The old man's face revealed a profound and mysterious smile, and said, "You cultivated the dragon god technique, so you are a dragon clan. Everyone can cultivate the dragon god technique, so why am I the only one from the dragon clan?" Tang Zheng asked curiously. Back then, he had imparted the dragon god technique to Lu Qingmei on a whim. It was just that Lu Qingmei's talent in the dragon god technique was not that good, so there was no progress. In the end, Tang Zheng found another technique to replace the dragon god technique. The old man looked at Tang Zheng with a smile, and said, "Then have you seen anyone successfully cultivate the dragon god technique?" Tang Zheng shook his head. He had indeed never seen it before. The dragon god technique is the foundation of all the dragon clan's sacred arts. Humans can indeed cultivate it, but they can usually only cultivate to the first 5 stages, and then it is difficult to progress further. Because the dragon god technique was originally created for the dragon clan, other clans can only learn the surface of it, unable to learn the essence. Do you understand? Tang Zheng was at a loss. This was new information. The 5-clawed golden dragon had never mentioned it to him. When the 5-clawed golden dragon taught him the dragon god technique, he had bragged about how powerful the dragon god technique was. It turned out that he knew that Tang Zheng would not be able to cultivate to a high level, and would not have any great achievements. F***ck. Tang Zheng cursed in his heart. The 5-clawed golden dragon was not easy to deal with. He actually secretly tripped him up. But he was completely unaware. If not for this old man's explanation, he would never have known for his entire life. Moreover, the 5-clawed golden dragon saw that his dragon god technique was getting more and more powerful, so he probably had many questions in his heart, but he did not dare to voice them out. Humph, wait until I get out of here. I will definitely find him to settle this debt. Tang Zheng clenched his teeth. The old man did not know what Tang Zheng was thinking, and continued to say, "You can cultivate to the 7th stage of the dragon god technique. Do you still think you are a human?" "Should be," Tang Zheng said hesitantly. The old man revealed a smile and said, "Let me tell you one thing, since the beginning of time, other than the dragon clan, no other clans have cultivated to the 6th stage of the dragon god technique. Do you still not understand?" Tang Zheng secretly sighed and said, "You just want to convince me that I am not a human, right?" This sentence had been repeated many times by Tian Chanzi and the 5-clawed golden dragon, bringing up old matters again. Tang Zheng speechlessly rolled his eyes. He had lived for almost 20 years. If he was not a human, then what was he? Wasn't this nonsense? If it was anyone else who had lived for dozens of years, but was said to not be a human, their feelings would be similar. The old man looked like a child who could be taught, and patted Tang Zheng's shoulder and said, "I am speaking the truth. In fact, being a dragon is something that many clans dream of. Flood dragon transforming into a dragon. Carp leaping over the dragon gate. Don't these all prove this point? Carp leaping over the dragon gate can really transform into a dragon? Tang Zheng's curiosity was piqued, and he asked nosily. The old man nodded seriously. Of course, carp leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon and soaring into the sky. This is a real situation, but it requires a great opportunity to do so. And this is something that only happens once every 1,000 years. Tang Zheng said that it was difficult to win the lottery, and that it was a coincidence. If I am not a human, then what? After hesitating for a while, Tang Zheng compromised, and did not dwell on the question of whether or not he was a human. Since you are a dragon, then you should shoulder the responsibility of being a part of the dragon race. The old man stared seriously at Tang Zheng, and said with conviction. The dragon race's responsibility, what is that? Tang Zheng asked in confusion. Defeat the dragon slayer, and return the dragon race to a peaceful home, so that the dragon race will not have to suffer the pain of slaughter for generations to come. Strengthen the dragon race, and restore the dragon race to its former glory, the old man said with great excitement. Tang Zheng's eyes were wide open. How big of a responsibility was this? Why was it like a 1,000-pound boulder, directly pressing down on his shoulders? Seeing him at a loss, the old man said earnestly, This is your responsibility, and also your glory, do you understand? Tang Zheng shook his head in confusion. He really did not understand. Didn't I just cultivate the dragon god technique? You put the burden of the entire dragon race's revival on my shoulders. Is there anyone who bullies others like this? When the 5-clawed golden dragon taught him the dragon god technique, he did not mention this matter. Otherwise, he would not have cultivated the dragon god technique. Chapter 1184. Seeing Tang Zheng shake his head blankly, the old man did not reveal any disappointment. Instead, he said earnestly, I understand that it is difficult for you to accept this reality, but you have no way to escape. What if I don't agree? Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, and asked in a deep voice. You will agree. The old man was confident as he stared straight at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng disagreed and retorted. I will make the decision on my own matters. You can't make the decision for me. The old man was not angry, but looked at Tang Zheng with interest and said, You are already a member of the dragon race. Do you think that after the dragon slayer sees you, he will let you go? Tang Zheng was shocked. He had never thought about this question. Now that it was pointed out, he immediately realized the huge danger hidden within. He did not compromise and argued. I don't have the appearance of a dragon race. How could the dragon slayer discover me? Do you think that the dragon race only has the appearance of a dragon race? Don't you see that I don't look like a human? The dragon race is different. They have dragon chi, especially the dragon soul. That is a lifetime imprint. How can they escape the eyes of the dragon slayer? The old man's powerful question made Tang Zheng speechless. After hesitating for a while, he mumbled, But I don't have a dragon soul. You will have a dragon soul. There is no doubt about that. It is only a matter of time. Tang Zheng was startled. He understood that if he continued to cultivate the dragon god method, then he would cultivate a dragon soul in the future, and become a target for the dragon slayer to recognize. Could it be that he had to give up on the dragon god method? The old man seemed to have seen through Tang Zheng's thoughts and asked, You want to give up on the dragon god method? Tang Zheng was shocked. The other party was like a roundworm in his stomach. Nothing could be hidden from him. The old man shook his head. It's too late. You have already cultivated to the 7th stage. Condensing a dragon soul is only a matter of time. Actually, even without a dragon soul, you are still a dragon race, and you still can't escape the eyes of the dragon slayer. Why don't you work hard to cultivate and increase your cultivation? In the future, you can fight against the dragon slayers and defeat them. That's the way of the king. Hearing the old man's bewitching words, Tang Zheng was a little tempted. However, when he recalled how powerful that dragon slayer was, his heart trembled, and he couldn't help but have some thoughts of retreating. Tang Zheng, how can you have such thoughts? Where did you go when you were so fearless in the past? So what if he was a dragon slayer? As long as you become stronger, you can definitely defeat them. A voice rang out in Tang Zheng's mind, encouraging him. But even the six-clawed golden dragon is dead, and even the entire dragon clan is being chased by the dragon slayer. How can you possibly be a match for the dragon slayer? Another voice retorted. These words put Tang Zheng in a dilemma. The strength of the dragon slayers was beyond doubt, and they were far stronger than Tang Zheng. However, the unyielding will in his heart was restless, and he was unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Although the five-clawed golden dragon had tricked him, he had also gained a lot of benefits from the Langya Pavilion. Just this friendship alone made it impossible for him to stay out of it. The old man looked at Tang Zheng, whose expression was constantly changing, but he was not in a hurry to force him. He only looked at him expectantly. Tang Zheng finally raised his head and said, "If I agree to you, how can I defeat the dragon slayer?" The old man's lips curled into a smile, with an expression that said, "I knew you would agree." He said, "As long as you cultivate the dragon soul, then you will have the qualifications to fight against the dragon slayer." Dragon soul? It has such a big effect? Tang Zheng asked in surprise. He had seen a dragon soul before, and it was just like a human soul. There was nothing magical about it. Humans are called humans when they have a soul. Otherwise, they are just walking corpses. The dragon clan is the same. Without a dragon soul, they will always be weak. Only by cultivating a dragon soul can they truly open the path to becoming strong. The old man explained. Tang Zheng nodded thoughtfully. This sentence was not without reason. But how do I cultivate a dragon soul? Or, what level of the dragon god technique must be cultivated to in order to cultivate a dragon soul? There is no specific number. It depends on one's luck. The old man said. Tang Zheng made a no sound and was a little disappointed. In other words, the dragon soul was ethereal. If he wanted to cultivate a dragon soul and fight against the dragon slayer, it would not be something that could be done overnight. But on second thought, the dragon slayer did not come to this world, so there was no need to be so anxious. Once you cultivate a dragon soul, you will be able to sense the existence of the dragon clan in the boundless world. You will be able to find the other dragon clans scattered in various worlds. You will be able to organize these dragon clan and fight against the dragon slayer's slaughter together. The old man continued. The dragon soul has such a use? Telepathy? Tang Zheng was greatly surprised. Yes, this is the power of the dragon soul. After the dragon slayer absorbs the dragon soul, they will also vaguely sense the existence of other dragon clan. However, they are from another race after all. Even if they can sense it, it is very weak. They cannot sense the existence of their own kind like us dragon clan. If that is not the case, why would we scatter the dragon clan in different worlds? How would we contact them and gather them together? The old man's question enlightened Tang Zheng. The dragon clan existed in many worlds, and there were also traces of the dragon clan in the heavens beyond heaven. It was indeed as the old man had said. If there was no way to gather together again, the dragon clan would become a pile of loose sand and would be at the mercy of the dragon slayer. This was definitely different from the original intention of the dragon clan. He subconsciously thought of the scene he had seen earlier. It must have been the dragon clan in another world that had been killed by the dragon slayer. He asked curiously, "Just now, I saw a six-clawed golden dragon being killed by the dragon slayer. Did that happen in another world? What did you see?" The old man's expression changed drastically, and he asked in surprise. Tang Zheng looked at him in confusion and asked, "Don't you know? I thought that was also an illusion that you created." "This is the illusion that I created." The old man pointed at the scene in front of him and said. He stared at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze and asked, "Tell me in detail what you saw just now." Tang Zheng's heart was filled with suspicion, but he still spoke the truth. The old man frowned. It was as if two rivers were running across his forehead, causing one's heart to involuntarily tighten. "You're saying that he seemed to have heard your voice, but did not see you?" The old man continued to ask. Tang Zheng nodded. "That's right. What's going on?" "What you saw happened in real time. You can actually see what happened to the dragon clan in another world. If you have a way to pass through the space gate, then you can help the dragon clan. Do you understand? The old man's eyes became excited, and his eyes gradually released a bright light. Tang Zheng said in confusion, "You're saying that I saw what was happening in another world, and that it wasn't an illusion, but something that was really happening?" "Of course." The old man nodded with certainty. Tang Zheng's face turned pale. How did he have this kind of divine ability? "You're very surprised, right? I'm also very surprised. It's said that only the Dragon Clan's ancestors from the ancient era had this kind of divine ability. They were able to see through all the Dragon Clan's movements and lead the Dragon Clan. See through all the Dragon Clan's movements. Yes, this is the divine ability of the Dragon Clan's ancestors. Under the leadership of the ancestors, the Dragon Clan became stronger and stronger, becoming a supreme race that countless races feared and envied," the old man said with pride. Changing his tone, the old man said, "It's just that your current state is completely different from the ancestors. You only have a little bit of it right now." "Little bit. Doesn't that mean that I can have the Dragon Clan's ancestors' divine ability in the future? See through all the Dragon Clan's movements?" Tang Zheng's head moved and he couldn't help feeling excited. This kind of divine ability was like a surveillance device that could monitor all the Dragon Clan's movements. Leading all the Dragon Clan was indeed not a problem. His heart became lively. He had a general impression of how strong the Dragon Clan was. But the reality was definitely stronger than he thought. Once he led the Dragon Clan, he couldn't imagine how great his achievements would be. "It's indeed possible, but I don't know if you'll be able to cultivate to the ancestors' realm." The old man pondered for a moment, and gave an ambiguous answer. But this already made Tang Zheng wild with joy. He quickly calmed down. Why was he so lucky to have the ancestors' divine ability? This didn't make sense. Why do I have this kind of divine ability? He finally asked the question in his heart. The old man looked at him for a long time, as if he wanted to find some clues from him. But in the end, he had no choice but to shake his head helplessly. "I don't know either. Maybe it's fate. Maybe this is your opportunity to lead the Dragon Clan against the Dragon Slayers." "That's not right." Tang Zheng shook his head fiercely. He still felt that something was strange. Suddenly, he had an idea and thought of a suspicious point. He widened his eyes and stared straight at the old man. "Since this is the 6th floor of Langia Pavilion, the other Dragon Clan members will also meet you here. Why did you specifically choose me?" This question was like a light that illuminated the darkness. The darkness was quickly dispelled, and the light illuminated the world. The old man's expression froze and became a little strange. He stared straight at Tang Zheng. His expression became stiff, and his eyes were lifeless and frighteningly empty, like the eyes of a dead fish. Tang Zheng looked at this scene in shock and shouted, "What's wrong with you? What's going on?" The old man spoke softly and said meaningfully, "One day, you'll find the answer yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, his body became transparent and then turned into a ray of light. With a bang, he exploded bit by bit, like a sky full of stars, and scattered. "Ah!" Tang Zheng shouted. He didn't expect to see such a change happen to the other party. He was powerless. He desperately wanted to find the other party and ask him clearly, but the other party had disappeared just like that. It was as if his question had forced him to disappear? But why? His question wasn't fatal. Was he deliberately avoiding it? Besides, who was this old man? Chapter 1185. The illusion disappeared, and everything collapsed as if it had never existed. The scene suddenly changed, and Tang Zheng returned to the 6th floor of Langia Pavilion. The 6th floor was empty as far as the eye could see. There were no Dharma treasures, no secret manuals, and not even a piece of furniture. He was greatly disappointed. Could it be that the illusion and the old man were everything on the 6th floor? What was the meaning of the 6th floor? And it had to be set up on the 6th floor. What would happen if other people met the old man? Would the old man also explain the history of the Dragon Clan's rise and fall? Would he also instill great responsibility in the people who came? Tang Zheng shook his head. He did not know the answer. Perhaps only the 5-clawed golden dragon knew the answer. Since there was no answer on the 6th floor, he would go to the 7th floor. Tang Zheng walked to the 7th floor, but found that the scene in front of him changed drastically when he reached the stairs. Langia Pavilion disappeared, and he returned to the real world. What's going on? It shouldn't be time yet, right? There was a time limit for entering Langia Pavilion every time, but Tang Zheng felt that not much time had passed this time. Why was he forced to leave? You've been in Langia Pavilion for a long time. How could it not be time yet? The 5-clawed golden dragon's voice sounded, and said with some ridicule, You should be going to the 6th floor of Langia Pavilion this time. How do you know? You can't sense the passage of time. Only the 6th floor has this illusion. Why? Because you're wandering in the illusion of space, so naturally you can't clearly feel the passage of time. Hearing this, Tang Zheng came to a realization. It seemed that the 5-clawed golden dragon was very clear about the situation on the 6th floor. He could not help but ask indignantly, Since you knew earlier, why didn't you tell me? Didn't the Dizong of Goguryeo say that life depends on experience? The most important thing in life is experience. If I tell you everything, what do you have to look forward to? Only by experiencing it will your life be more complete. Hearing his righteous answer, Tang Zheng was speechless. His heart moved, and he said, But you lied to me. When did I lie to you? The 5-clawed golden dragon's voice was a little strange. He asked even though he already knew the answer. Tang Zheng coldly snorted and said, You hit it very well. If I hadn't met that old man when I entered the 6th floor, and if he hadn't answered my questions, then I definitely wouldn't have known that you actually dug a hole for me, and almost got me killed. I don't know what you're talking about. The 5-clawed golden dragon's tone was obviously a little panicked. Tang Zheng had already confirmed this point, so he didn't give him the slightest chance to quibble. He straightforwardly said, Tell me, to what realm can a human cultivate the dragon god arts to? Ah. The 5-clawed golden dragon cried out in alarm, but immediately covered it up and said, Didn't you just cultivate? Don't you know? Of course I know. I'm just asking you. Are you feeling guilty and afraid to answer? Tang Zheng asked jokingly. Come out and tell me clearly face to face. Whoosh. With a flash of golden light, the lifelike tattoo on his arm lit up. The 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the air in the golden light, turning into a small golden dragon that circled in the air. Tang Zheng looked at the other party with a burning gaze and asked, Answer me. The 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes kept changing, obviously thinking of a response. Under Tang Zheng's blazing gaze, the 5-clawed golden dragon was defeated. In the end he lowered his head and said resentfully, You already know that other races can only cultivate to the 5th stage of the dragon god arts. You finally confessed. Tang Zheng had mixed feelings. But you're not an ordinary person at all. You've already cultivated to the 7th stage, which is a situation that has never happened before. It's equivalent to me teaching you the dragon god arts is correct. It's of great help to you, isn't it? The 5-clawed golden dragon tried his best to fight for credit for himself. You clearly have bad intentions, yet you're still looking for excuses for yourself. I've already seen through you. Don't you find this kind of sophistry boring? Tang Zheng did not retreat in the slightest and argued back. The 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes revealed a look of disappointment. He never thought that his little trick would bring about such a big hidden danger. If he had known earlier, he would not have played this kind of trick. The most important thing was that he never thought that he would fall into Tang Zheng's hands. He even had his soul branded by him, so he was unable to resist at all. The 5-clawed golden dragon was speechless. After a long silence, he asked resentfully, Then what do you want? Do you want to use your soul brand to make me suffer again? A cold light flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes, but it gradually disappeared as he stared hatefully at the 5-clawed golden dragon. He took a deep breath and said, If I had known before, I definitely would not have let you go. Now that you've pledged allegiance to me, we're one. So I'll forgive you this time. But if you persist in going about things the wrong way and let me see you play tricks again in the future, you've experienced the taste of the soul brand, so you should be very clear about what it feels like. Tang Zheng's words were very deterrent, causing the 5-clawed golden dragon's heartstrings to tremble. the fearless five-clawed golden dragon actually grew more and more in awe of Tang Zheng, and did not dare to go against him again. Tang Zheng was almost tricked by the five-clawed golden dragon. Of course he was angry, but he did not lose his mind. After calming down, he understood that if he were to fly into a rage and punish the five-clawed golden dragon, it would definitely make the five-clawed golden dragon afraid, but it would also give birth to a rebellious heart. What Tang Zheng needed was the five-clawed golden dragon's loyalty, and not simply fear him. Using the carrot and stick was the most effective way. The five-clawed golden dragon revealed a look of surprise. It seemed that he did not expect Tang Zheng to let him go so easily. For a moment he was at a loss. Everything can be done once, but not twice. This is your only chance, Tang Zheng solemnly warned. The five-clawed golden dragon resentfully nodded, hesitated for a moment and said, "How do you know about the dragon god's secret art? Who told you?" "Ha." Tang Zheng stared at the five-clawed golden dragon in surprise, and said, "Why is your question so redundant? Of course someone told me. Aren't you in the Langya Pavilion? Who else would tell you?" The five-clawed golden dragon was puzzled. "Can't there be people in the Langya Pavilion?" "Of course not." Tang Zheng's eyes widened and asked, "Is there not a white-haired old man in the 6th floor of the Langya Pavilion?" "Old man?" The five-clawed golden dragon stared straight at Tang Zheng, as if he was listening to a heavenly book. The five-clawed golden dragon's behavior did not seem to be acting, which made Tang Zheng very confused. That old man was very realistic, and the other dragons were not blind. How could they not see him? He suppressed the doubts in his heart, and asked curiously, "Let me ask you, what exactly will the dragon clan encounter on the 6th floor?" The 6th floor allows us to learn the history of the dragon clan, just like how you humans watch movies. A simple illusion allows us to wander through the history of the dragon clan. Ever since the dragon clan encountered the dragon slayer and left their homeland, the illusion emphasized this humiliating history. "Did you see it?" the five-clawed golden dragon said with emotion. Tang Zheng nodded, suddenly enlightened. So the 6th floor was ideological education, unifying the dragon clan's ideology. This was very similar to Wuxia's situation. No wonder Wuxia always claimed that she was the descendant of the dragon clan. Perhaps she had learned it from the dragon clan. The old man said that the dragon clan would only truly enter the dragon clan after cultivating to the 6th level. With great magical powers, this was the elite of the dragon clan. If they did not unify their ideology, then wouldn't it be a plate of loose sand? The design of this Langya pavilion really had great wisdom. It was worthy of respect. Tang Zheng muttered to himself for a while, and said, "Of course I saw it. What about the rest?" "That's all." "What about the old man?" "No." The five-clawed golden dragon finally gave a definite answer. How could there be no? Tang Zheng was baffled. There was clearly an old man who explained the history of the dragon clan to me. "You are the dragon clan. How could you not have met him?" The five-clawed golden dragon's reaction was even greater than Tang Zheng's. Its huge eyeballs almost popped out. From Tang Zheng's reaction, the five-clawed golden dragon was sure that he was not lying, which meant that he really met an old man on the 6th floor of the Langya Pavilion. This was completely illogical. "What did the old man tell you?" "He told me that only the dragon clan can cultivate to the 6th level and above, and that they can cultivate the dragon soul. Once the dragon soul is cultivated, many of the dragon clan's divine abilities can be mastered." Tang Zheng gave a general introduction, but did not mention the ancestral divine abilities. This would make the five-clawed golden dragon panic. Although the five-clawed golden dragon had pledged allegiance to him, it had always been arrogant and did not really put Tang Zheng in its eyes. If it knew that Tang Zheng had cultivated the ancestral divine abilities, its eyeballs would probably fall to the ground. Tang Zheng did not want to show off in front of the five-clawed golden dragon, nor did he need to use this to show his authority. The five-clawed golden dragon's expression dimmed. Sure enough, someone had revealed this to him. It thought that it could hide it for a lifetime. It seemed that it was too optimistic. The five-clawed golden dragon racked its brains, but still could not figure out who this nameless old man was. Only the dragon clan could enter the Langya Pavilion, which meant that this old man must be a senior of the dragon clan. But why did he choose Tang Zheng? Could it be that there were so many other dragon clans that could not enter his eyes? This made the five-clawed golden dragon puzzled and somewhat depressed. From this point, it could be inferred that it was actually far inferior to Tangjung, especially in the heart of the senior of the dragon clan. It was not as important as Tangjung. The deep sense of defeat made the five-clawed golden dragon depressed, and its mood could not calm down for a long time. Looking at the five-clawed golden dragon's reaction, Tangjung understood what it was thinking, but he did not comfort it and said to himself, "Could it be that with your identity as a dragon, you can't understand the mystery?" The five-clawed golden dragon weakly rolled its eyes and said embarrassedly, "If I could understand it, I wouldn't be so distressed." Tangjung secretly sighed. He originally hoped that the five-clawed golden dragon would answer his questions, but he did not expect that it would bring him even more questions. Who was this mysterious old man, and why did he choose him? Confused, Tangjung fell into a dilemma. Don't worry, this should be a good thing after all. No one else has this opportunity. The five-clawed golden dragon said sourly. Tangjung laughed involuntarily and said, "Are you envious?" "I'm not envious." The five-clawed golden dragon said insincerely. The five-clawed golden dragon thought highly of himself, but in fact he was an ordinary member of the dragon clan. This time, seeing that Tangjung was so valued, there was no doubt that he was envious and jealous, but he was unwilling to show it. Otherwise, its pride would completely crumble. Chapter 1186. But you have to wait until next month to go. The five-clawed golden dragon said. He could only go to Langia Pavilion once a month, and there was a time limit each time. This made Tangjung helpless. "There's no need to wait for you. I'll go to the 6th floor of Langia Pavilion to find out." The five-clawed golden dragon volunteered, trying to save a good impression. Tangjung was overjoyed and said, "Then go quickly and come back quickly." He also wanted to find out if the dragon clan could see the old man. The five-clawed golden dragon closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the dragon seal. The room instantly quieted down. Tangjung looked at him expectantly, and time passed by little by little. Finally, the five-clawed golden dragon opened his eyes. Golden light flowed, and his expression was very strange. "How was it?" Tangjung couldn't wait to ask. The five-clawed golden dragon shook his head disappointedly. "No, I only saw an illusion. There was no old man like you said." After that, the five-clawed golden dragon looked at Tangjung with a strange expression. He searched for a long time in the illusion, but there was no clue. He only saw the history of the dragon clan's rise and fall, and the cruel slaughter of the dragon slayer. "Then I can only go to Langia Pavilion after I go down." Tangjung shrugged helplessly. "Don't you want to know what's on the 7th floor of Langia Pavilion? I'll tell you." The five-clawed golden dragon said. "No need." Tangjung hesitated and shook his head to refuse. Previously, he was still very eager to know what the 7th level was, but after experiencing this incident, his desire had faded a lot. Just as Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had said, the unknown meant experience, and this kind of experience was rare and valuable. Being able to predict the future was not necessarily a good thing. The five-clawed golden dragon was surprised by his change, but he still didn't say anything. "Come back." Tangjung stretched out his arm. The five-clawed golden dragon shook his head and wagged his tail. With a flash of light, he disappeared from Tangjung's arm. At the same time, above the 9th heaven, a ripple spread out. The air was quickly torn apart, and a dark space door appeared. A person walked out of the crack and squinted his eyes, curiously looking at the land under the 9 heavens. If Tangjung saw this person, he would definitely shout out in surprise. This person was actually the dragon slayer that he saw in the illusion of Langia Pavilion, who had killed the 6-clawed golden dragon. The dragon slayer had actually passed through the spatial gate and arrived in this world. Tangjung had thought that it was impossible for the other party to come to this world so quickly. It seemed that his wishful thinking had completely failed. This world is interesting. It's so different from the other worlds. He stood proudly as the wind blew against his face, causing his clothes to flutter. He looked down at the ground beneath his feet, especially the tall buildings above him. He couldn't help but frown. This world was completely different from the world he had seen before. It seemed to have a different aura, especially those tall buildings that he had never seen before. He was not afraid. Instead, his interest was piqued. He had been chasing after the dragon clan for who knew how many years, and there was nothing to write home about. This time, he finally saw something different. Naturally, he was especially happy. I hope this world won't disappoint me. He muttered to himself, his arrogance evident. He slowly closed his eyes, and the shadows of his hands changed. Seals fell from the sky and disappeared into the vast earth. Immediately, a figure appeared in his mind. The figure of a fixed-clawed golden dragon was faintly discernible. If this world is so shabby, there's only one fixed-clawed golden dragon. It's my time. He sighed, seeming rather discouraged. However, passing through the spatial gate consumes too much energy. I can only pass through the spatial gate once now. I have to absorb a dragon soul to go to other worlds, so I can only continue to stay in this world. He seemed to be very reluctant. Looking at the faintly discernible fixed-clawed golden dragon in his mind, he frowned as if he was very disgusted. This fixed-clawed golden dragon's appearance was no different from the one on Tang Zheng's arm. It was just that its figure was more blurred. Where is this fixed-clawed golden dragon? Little golden dragon, stop hiding. You can't escape my fiery golden eyes. He continued to cast spells, trying to track the whereabouts of the fixed-clawed golden dragon. Although I can sense its existence, there seems to be some kind of power blocking the connection between me and it. Strange, I've never encountered such a situation before. I've absorbed a dragon soul. Although my sensing power is weaker than that of the dragon clan, it shouldn't be so blurred. His brows furrowed even tighter, like two scimitars hanging on his forehead. It made people shudder. He used all his skills to try to track the whereabouts of the fixed-clawed golden dragon again, but in the end, it was to no avail. However, he immediately found another suspicious point. A blurred figure appeared in his mind, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. He was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. There must be a problem. He had never encountered such a situation before, and this kind of difficulty had instead aroused his fighting spirit. He continued to cast the spell, and the figure appeared again. However, more than 10 seconds later, before the figure could fully condense, it dissipated again, like drops of starlight, drifting in all directions. Phew! He let out a long breath, and bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was not easy for him to cast this kind of magical power continuously, because it consumed a lot of his mind and power. He did not dare to continue. He also knew that there must be something fishy, but he was still unable to understand the mystery. This world is not as simple as I thought. TSK interesting. Otherwise, how could a little golden dragon arouse my interest? This figure that has not fully condensed is the real target. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary dragon clan. If I can catch it, it might be able to raise my power to another level. His eyes gradually bloomed with light. He looked down at the world below, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of greed. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he swooped down to the ground, disappearing into the vast building. In the secret military base on the outskirts of the capital, 100,000 soldiers were observing the celestial chess formation day and night. Ever since Ji Wuxiang found out that time was pressing, he accelerated the training progress. Now 5,000 of the 100,000 elite soldiers had died. The other 5,000 soldiers had died in the training. Practicing the celestial chess consumed a lot of one's energy and physical strength, especially after Ji Wuxiang increased the training intensity. This was even more obvious. Ji Wuxiang did not care about the loss of these lives. Some people wanted to resist, but in the end, they were all suppressed by Ji Wuxiang. No one dared to resist him anymore. They could only train hard without any complaints or regrets. Ji Wuxiang stood on the high platform. Wherever his finger pointed, thousands of soldiers and horses were under his command. A surge of star power soared into the sky, causing a drastic change in the 9 heavens. In broad daylight, stars appeared in the sky. However, the starlight was very weak and far away. Humans on the ground could not see it. This surge of star power was like a huge protective shield. It quickly spread out in all directions from the capital. It was almost comparable to the speed of light. In a short while, this protective shield covered the vast Wuxia. Ji Wuxiang looked up at the sky. Although he could not see anything, he could communicate with the celestial chess, and could clearly feel the star power. Naturally, he could also sense those specks of starlight. His eyes revealed a look of joy. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. The celestial chess has finally succeeded. Granny Li, who had been by his side the whole time, was overjoyed when she heard his words. She hurriedly congratulated him. Congratulations, Lord. Now that heavenly chess has succeeded, the whole world will be under your control. Ji Wuxiang looked at Granny Li with a smile and said, "The day of our glory will come." Granny Li nodded like she was pounding garlic and said, "Yes, glory will belong to us. Whether it's Tangzheng or the demon race, they will be far from being Lord's match." Ji Wuxiang did not comment, but still reminded, "But we cannot underestimate them. Although the celestial chess has succeeded, it is not the time to use it." Granny Li asked in surprise, "Why?" Ji Wuxiang smiled mysteriously. With a thought, the protective shield covering Wuxia disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The celestial chess is the key to victory. If we act too hastily and expose ourselves too early, it may not be a good thing. What we are planning is a long-term plan. Since there are many enemies, we will let them kill each other first while we reap the benefits. It will be as easy as blowing off dust. Ji Wuxiang said confidently. Granny Li suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up in praise. "Lord is farsighted. This subordinate admires you." After saying that, her gaze turned to the tens of thousands of elite soldiers and said, "Then what about them?" These soldiers had gone through terrible training and had consumed a lot of their essence, energy, and spirit. It was impossible for them to go back to the battlefield. Many of their bodies had suffered irreversible and fatal injuries. Ji Wuxiang swept a glance at the soldiers, his eyes without the slightest fluctuation, and said indifferently, "The sacrifice they have made for the celestial chess is worth it, because the humans of this world will remember their great achievements." Granny Li nodded seriously. "Yes, Lord's words are reasonable. The celestial chess has been integrated into every inch of Wuxia's land. As long as I have a thought, I can activate the celestial chess. There is no need for these soldiers to practice, so they have completed their historical mission," Ji Wuxiang said without stopping. This was a plan that Ji Wuxiang had long planned. After the successful practice of the celestial chess, when he activated the celestial chess, the traces of the celestial chess would be integrated into every inch of land, every blade of grass, and every tree. Ji Wuxiang had shut down the celestial chess in time, so much so that it did not cause much of a reaction in the world. It could almost escape the eyes of most people. Once the celestial chess was successfully activated, it did not need the soldiers to practice it again. It only needed a thought from Ji Wuxiang. This was the extraordinary part of the celestial chess. Even Tangzheng did not know this, so Ji Wuxiang thought that he could easily hide it from Tangzheng's eyes. In this world other than him, only Tangzheng understood the celestial chess the most. As long as he could guard against Tangzheng, it was equivalent to guarding against everyone else. "Let's go. There is no longer any value in this place." Ji Wuxiang turned and left, abandoning the tens of thousands of soldiers. Chapter 1187. Granny Li heard the hidden meaning in the man's words and couldn't help but frown. She stood up and asked, "What kind of status does the Great Lord have? Is he someone you can invite just because you want to?" The Great Lord didn't bat an eyelid and didn't stop Granny Li. In his mind, the bureau chief's value had already been exhausted. It was unnecessary for him to send someone to invite him. The Great Lord knew very well that the bureau chief's men had been monitoring their every move, but he didn't care at all and allowed them to report to him every day. Now that heavenly chess was a success, the other party also realized this and couldn't wait to take action. They appeared to be too impatient and ended up at a disadvantage. However, he didn't know that the bureau chief was also under great pressure to assign so many elite soldiers to train him. It was true that the bureau chief had a high position and power, But it didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted. Countless pairs of eyes were watching him. If he made a mistake, they would kick him when he was down and kill him. Seeing that heavenly chess was a success, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. This was a return on his investment. According to Ji Wuxiang's description, heavenly chess was very powerful. Once heavenly chess was controlled, the world would be his chessboard, and everyone would be his chess pieces. The temptation of having the power to decide people's life and death was huge and strong. It was far from ordinary power. The bureau chief urgently needed to know more about heavenly chess. During this time he had collected information from various places, as well as information from the soldiers who participated in the training, so he had a general understanding of heavenly chess. Although it was just a few words, the bureau chief could tell that Ji Wuxiang was telling the truth. Heavenly chess was really as powerful as he said, even surpassing his description. This made the bureau chief wild with joy. The more powerful heavenly chess was, the more powerful he would be when it fell into his hands. He couldn't wait to enjoy the fruits of heavenly chess. Hearing Granny Li's question, the leader of the soldiers showed displeasure. His hard cheeks flashed with ruthlessness as he said murderously, "No one is allowed to disobey the bureau chief's orders." Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here?" Granny Li curled her lips and scolded disdainfully. The leader of the soldiers coldly glanced at the other soldiers and ordered, "Pass down the bureau chief's orders. Capture them and bring them to the bureau chief." "Yes." The soldiers saluted in unison, their faces expressionless, as if they didn't put Granny Li and Ji Wuxiang in their eyes. "Ha ha ha." Granny Li was stunned for a moment before she burst into laughter. This world was getting more and more interesting. A few soldiers actually dared to clamor with her. This was a blatant provocation. Were they tired of living? "Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Ji Wuxiang did not laugh. Instead, he observed the soldiers thoughtfully. No one knew what he was thinking. Granny Li had always only trusted Ji Wuxiang, so she didn't put these soldiers in her eyes at all. She stepped forward and shouted with a murderous look, "Then you can all go to hell." He didn't use a weapon at all. He reached out his hand and grabbed the soldier closest to him. The soldier didn't retreat at all. Instead, he stomped on the ground and rushed forward as fast as lightning. Boom! With a muffled sound, the soldier's hand collided with Granny Li's. The huge force made Granny Li take 3 steps back before stopping, as if she had hit an iron wall. The soldier also retreated, and his arm broke, revealing a shiny object. A metallic luster. Ji Wuxiang and Granny Li's eyes narrowed at the same time. They stared at the metallic luster, and finally saw what it was. The soldier's arm was not muscles but a metal skeleton. The soldier was not a human, but a mechanical warrior. When did the chief cultivate so many mechanical warriors? The two were shocked and finally realized that they had underestimated the chief. They thought that he was not worth mentioning at all, and had no trump cards in his hand, so they could only slaughter him. Now it seemed that they were wrong. However, Ji Wuxiang still didn't take it to heart. He didn't think that a few mechanical warriors could compete with them. "Granny Li, in the battle quickly," Ji Wuxiang urged. Granny Li nodded heavily and accepted the order. "Yes, Lord." Whoosh! Granny Li rushed out again, and this time she didn't take it lightly. She pointed the crutch in her hand, and a strong wind tore through the air and arrived at the soldier's chest in an instant. Bang! A big hole immediately appeared in the soldier's chest. Electric sparks flew in all directions, and a burst of smoke rose. Then, the soldier fell to the ground with a loud bang. Granny Li used her killing move and took care of a soldier at lightning speed. The other soldiers were expressionless as they rushed forward without any regard for their own safety. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The crutch swept through the air and hit the soldiers one after another. This time the soldiers didn't fall. Although they were mechanical warriors, they also had intelligence and knew how to avoid harm. They were better at fighting and naturally avoided Granny Li's attack. They were mechanical warriors, and their brain was a sophisticated computer. Their eyes were like cameras, quickly analyzing Granny Li's attack, and then responding accordingly. This happened in an instant. The two sides fought in a chaotic battle, and for a while, it was difficult to determine the winner. Granny Li's eyes were completely different. They became incomparably gloomy, and her heart sank to the bottom. She thought that victory was in her hands, but after this battle, she realized that the mechanical warriors were far more powerful than she had imagined. Now it seemed that she had been too whimsical. Ji Wuxiang stared at the soldiers with burning eyes. Finally, his eyes lit up and he said with sudden realization, "I understand. These are the products of the combination of super soldiers and King Kong." Super soldiers and King Kong were the results of the Dragon Group's research. Super soldiers were based on humans, and through various medicines and other methods, they quickly grew stronger. In the end, they became the 4 heavenly kings at their peak. There were also several versions of King Kong, which were completely made by machines and used demonic beast cores to drive their powerful bodies. However, both super soldiers and King Kong had played a huge role in the previous battles. Later, they disappeared with the disbandment of the Dragon Group. No one would have thought that there would be an upgraded version of super soldiers and King Kong. The new version was a combination of these two powerful existences, and had more powerful abilities. Their appearance was no different from a real person, but they weren't living beings. Ji Wuxiang couldn't help but look at the bureau chief in a new light. He was indeed a dragon among men. It wasn't a coincidence that he had come to this point. His strategizing and shrewdness were difficult for ordinary people to reach. He had actually created such a powerful killing machine, without batting an eyelid. Immediately, Ji Wuxiang's interest in the bureau chief was piqued. He originally didn't want to have any further contact with him, but it seemed that he had to change his plans. Granny Li knocked down 3 mechanical warriors, but the mechanical warriors weren't pushovers either. They left wounds on Granny Li's body. It seemed that the two sides wouldn't give up until a victor was decided. Suddenly, Ji Wuxiang roared, "Stop! Don't you want us to go see your bureau chief? I'll go with you. I'm interested in meeting him." When the leader of the soldiers heard this, he immediately raised his hand. It was as if someone had pressed a switch on the soldiers. Their bodies stiffened and they immediately stopped attacking. Granny Li lowered her head and looked at the wounds on her body. She was very unwilling and wanted to take this opportunity to kill these soldiers. However, she didn't dare to disobey Ji Wuxiang's orders, so she had no choice but to resentfully stop attacking. Both sides stopped fighting. The air was silent, and there was a deathly stillness. Pairs of eyes stared at each other. It seemed that if there was any disagreement, they would start fighting again. The leader of the soldiers looked at Ji Wuxiang with a burning gaze and said, "Let's go." Ji Wuxiang looked at the other party with a meaningful gaze. This person didn't make a move just now, so he didn't know his depth. These mechanical warriors weren't like martial artists or cultivators. There was no way to distinguish their cultivation and strength with the naked eye. Only when they fought with each other would they be able to tell. "Lead the way." Ji Wuxiang wasn't afraid. He followed the soldiers and strode away. As for the tens of thousands of elite soldiers, they were still standing there in a daze, as if they had lost their souls. Granny Li caught up with Ji Wuxiang and angrily asked in a low voice, "My lord, why did you agree to their request?" Ji Wuxiang smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't you think these guys are interesting?" Granny Li's gaze swept over the soldiers and said disdainfully, "They're just a bunch of iron lumps." Ji Wuxiang laughed and said, "Don't underestimate them. Since the bureau chief dared to ask them to invite us, they must have made full preparations. Without a diamond drill, how could they dare to take on a porcelain job?" Granny Li was startled. She looked at the soldiers in disbelief and said, "Are they that powerful?" "Haven't you already tried?" Ji Wuxiang asked back. Granny Li's face stiffened and turned red. She said in shame, "This subordinate is incompetent." "It's not that you're incompetent, but that we underestimated the power of technology. Technology is enough to change mankind, so we naturally shouldn't underestimate it. My thinking is too old-fashioned, and I've only just started to understand it now," Ji Wuxiang said ruefully. Granny Li's expression kept changing. She disagreed. How powerful could technology be? The government had been developing technology for so many years, but they were still suppressed by the Azure Dragon Palace. If it weren't for the appearance of cultivators, the Azure Dragon Palace would still be able to maintain this momentum. and they wouldn't have the opportunity to stir up trouble. Although Granny Li was powerful, she was still a step away from a true hero like Ji Wuxiang, and this wasn't without reason. Her vision was far inferior to Ji Wuxiang's. Ji Wuxiang didn't realize the power of technology before, but after seeing the mechanical warriors and recalling the development of the super soldiers and the adamantine mecha, he understood and had many ideas. He dared to face his mistakes, which was commendable. Ji Wuxiang also saw Granny Li's reaction, but he didn't explain. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a faint smile. The group arrived at a very secret place in the capital. After passing through layers of security, they arrived at a place similar to an underground fortress. A large electronic screen hung in the hall, showing the surveillance footage of various places in the capital. The focus was on the periphery of Tang Zheng's villa, with different images showing every angle. Chapter 1188. A familiar figure stood in the center of the fortress, calmly looking at Ji Wuxiang and Granny Li coming out of the elevator. His eyes were firm, as if he was very sure that Ji Wuxiang would come. Top Little said, X. Separated by a few meters, the two people's eyes met in midair. Ji Wuxiang's eyes were slightly cold, and he was surprised. Of course, he knew that the bureau chief was hiding, and even his intelligence couldn't detect his whereabouts. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. There was nothing strange about this. But what surprised Ji Wuxiang was the bureau chief's aura, which was completely different from before. Although it was also the aura of a superior before, there were many subtle differences. The bureau chief was more confident this time, and his superior aura was much more restrained, but the confidence that came from his bones couldn't be completely concealed. Ji Wuxiang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at him with a burning gaze. The bureau chief stood in place and didn't move at all. When Ji Wuxiang and Granny Li came to stand in front of him, he said, I heard that you were leaving. Fortunately, my people hurried over and finally found you in time. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to find you in this vast Wuxia. Ji Wuxiang said without batting an eyelid. Senior officer possesses supreme power and has hidden his abilities well. How could he not be able to track my whereabouts? This was a test, but the bureau chief still accepted it and said non-committally, Since you know, then you shouldn't leave in a hurry. Granny Li heard this and opened her eyes wide in displeasure. She said first, Do you really think you're omnipotent? The bureau chief couldn't help but feel a little guilty when facing Granny Li, but now he had been promoted to a cultivator by Lu Wuxin, and his strength was strong, so he didn't put Granny Li in his eyes. The bureau chief looked at Granny Li in disdain and said, You're just Ji Wuxiang's dog. Your master has spoken. What right do you have to talk nonsense? These words made Granny Li fly into a rage, and Ji Wuxiang's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. He was very displeased. However, the bureau chief didn't seem to care about their feelings at all. He added, In this world, unless it's the king's territory, there's nothing that can escape my eyes. Ji Wuxiang's eyebrows were raised high, and his strong displeasure was obvious. The bureau chief had changed so much that he was like a completely different person. Before he figured out the reason, he wasn't going to make a move. Being called a dog, Granny Li's anger had already leaped out of her head. It was difficult for her to suppress it, and she was ready to take action. The bureau chief could tell what she was thinking. He nonchalantly pointed at the surroundings of the underground fortress and said, Do you want to make a move? Then do you have the confidence to walk out of here? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's movements subconsciously stopped. They were extremely uniform, as if they were all made by the same person. The underground fortress fell into a terrifying silence. It was very unsettling and depressing. Ji Wuxiang and Granny Li looked at these people at the same time. This unmoving situation made them feel an inexplicable pressure in their hearts. At the same time, a terrifying thought surfaced in their minds. Could it be that these busy people are all mechanical warriors? There are at least a few hundred of them. When did mechanical warriors become mass-produced? How did they create so many people? No one could answer this question, but reality had already given them the best answer. These people didn't move at all. Their puppet-like reactions showed that they were mechanical warriors. This was the source of the bureau chief's confidence. In this enclosed underground fortress, Ji Wuxiang was very powerful, but he was also like an elephant. He could also be eaten by ants. There were enough mechanical warriors. Taking turns to fight Ji Wuxiang could also exhaust his strength. This was because machines didn't know fatigue. As long as they weren't fatally injured, they were like killing machines. They could attack endlessly until Ji Wuxiang was exhausted and died. Ji Wuxiang deeply felt the pressure. The current situation had exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that the bureau chief only had a few dozen mechanical warriors at most. That wouldn't be able to create any big waves and pose no fatal threat to him. However, the current situation made him realize that his thinking was too simple. He didn't know what method the bureau chief had used to mass-produce mechanical warriors. As for whether there was a mechanized army, that was still unknown. However, one thing was for sure. Since these hundreds of mechanical warriors had been created, it meant that the most crucial and thorny problem had been solved. It was only a matter of time before more mechanical armies were created. Ji Wuxiang couldn't help but re-evaluate the bureau chief again. He had treated the bureau chief as a puppet many times, toying with him in the palm of his hand. He had never thought that the bureau chief would rise. The bureau chief had endured hardships to achieve what he had today. When the strong people threatened his position in life, he had thought of resisting and put it into practice. However, in the end he didn't gain anything. Instead, he was put into a difficult situation and almost paid with his life. He almost couldn't recover from this setback. However, another secret plan he carried out succeeded. After the dragon group was disbanded, the bureau chief used all kinds of secret methods to inherit the assets left behind by the dragon group. Then he started the research again. Countless scientists worked day and night, and finally they succeeded. They didn't just manufacture super soldiers and King Kong mechas. Instead, they found that combining the advantages of the two, the mechanical warriors created were more powerful. The cost was relatively low, and they could be mass-produced. Currently, only a few hundred mechanical warriors were created. The results were excellent. Not only were the mechanical warriors' combat power off the charts, but their learning ability was also far superior to humans. Photographic memory was a piece of cake, and they only needed a short time to learn knowledge and skills. This underground fortress was specially made for the mechanical warriors. Other than the bureau chief, the others were all mechanical warriors. There were no other humans. The mechanical warriors could completely replace humans. Moreover, they were loyal to the bureau chief. No one could bewitch them. Therefore, the bureau chief was 100% assured. Even the insomnia he had for a long time couldn't be cured. Looking at Ji Wuxiang and Granny Li's reaction, the bureau chief was already sure that they knew that these people were mechanical warriors. The deterrence was obvious enough. His lips curled into an unfathomable smile of victory, and he said, "My lord, let's talk about your current thoughts." He looked like a winner showing off. That look made Granny Li want to rush up and give him a good punch. However, reason won over impulse. Things were different now. The bureau chief was no longer an official who could be bullied by others. He was a true powerhouse. Granny Li didn't dare. The Great Lord had just completed the celestial chess. How could the bureau chief have such an achievement? This was unfair. Ji Wuxiang restrained his expression and looked at the bureau chief without blinking, saying, "You really opened my eyes. The ancients always thought that Qin Shi Huang was the first emperor. However, it seems that this view will be overturned. Your achievements will surpass Qin Shi Huang." The bureau chief's heart was stirred. Ji Wuxiang actually compared Qin Shi Huang to him, and even said that his achievements would surpass Qin Shi Huang's. This praise was very useful to him. He didn't refute it. Instead, he asked, "Then what are you going to do?" Ji Wuxiang muttered to himself for a while, then asked, "What do you want?" "Hand over the celestial chess and tell me everything about it. In the future, you will have a part to play in my great undertaking. I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Naturally, I won't treat you unfairly," the bureau chief said without thinking. "You're delusional." Granny Li was the first to object. She thought that the bureau chief was simply crazy to make such an outrageous request. Did he really think that he had everything under control and was invincible? However, Ji Wuxiang didn't get angry immediately. He understood the bureau chief's thoughts. Anyone who had his achievements would have their confidence greatly inflated. It was expected that he would make such a request. The bureau chief didn't even look at Granny Li. He said lightly, "Granny Li, do you know why you are much older than Ji Wuxiang, but you don't have his achievements and can't sit on the throne of the Azure Dragon Hall's great lord? It's because your outlook and vision decided everything." After being ridiculed, Granny Li became even angrier. Her eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Ji Wuxiang waved his hand slightly, indicating that Granny Li shouldn't be impulsive. He looked at the bureau chief and couldn't help but pat him, praising, "Brilliant, brilliant. This trip really wasn't in vain. I've seen another side of you, a side of you that's strong." These words exposed that Ji Wuxiang didn't see the bureau chief as a strong person in the past. Although he had a high position and power, he still couldn't enter Ji Wuxiang's eyes. The bureau chief also understood the deeper meaning of these words. He felt slightly bitter in his heart. In the past, he thought that he was the most powerful person in the world. It turned out that the other party didn't think highly of him at all. How laughable. That was already in the past. Now that he had become strong, that was enough. "Then what do you think?" the bureau chief asked. Ji Wuxiang's eyes changed. He looked straight at the bureau chief and said, "You really think you can defeat me? Then do you think there will be any changes?" The bureau chief looked around. The threat in his eyes couldn't be more intense. Ji Wuxiang's lips curled into a smile as he said meaningfully, "There are no absolutes in this world, especially when it comes to the unknown. You only know a little about the heavenly chess, yet you dare to have designs on it. Haha, I have to say that your arrogance is a little foolish." The word foolish irritated the bureau chief. His eyes turned cold, and he ordered loudly, "Take them down." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many figures moved as fast as lightning. Many of the mechanical warriors who were still working put down their work and attacked Ji Wuxiang and Granny Li without any regard for their own safety. The bureau chief quietly took a few steps back and left the encirclement. He looked at this scene with a smile in his eyes. "Ji Wuxiang, did I really sacrifice so many elite soldiers to help you? You think too much of me. Don't you know what it means to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?" The bureau chief's words pierced Ji Wuxiang's ears. Chapter 1189. The mechanical warriors charged forward as fast as lightning. Granny Li was about to step forward again, but she was stopped by Ji Wuxiang. With a shift of his mind, the grand matrix of celestial chess was abruptly activated without warning. No one was even aware of it. The chi activity in the bunker had undergone an earth-shattering change. The mechanical warriors couldn't sense the change in aura and didn't react at all. The bureau chief was a cultivator. He frowned and seemed to have sensed something. However, he didn't take it to heart and looked at Ji Wuxiang with determination. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out, and the mechanical warriors at the very front seemed to have come into contact with an invisible barrier. They were sent flying by the huge rebounding force, crashing into various instruments. Green smoke rose up, and electric sparks flew in all directions. The bureau chief's pupils shrank as he looked at Ji Wuxiang in shock. He didn't see how Ji Wuxiang counterattacked. Ji Wuxiang didn't seem to have moved at all, but he successfully repelled several people. Could it be his speed was so fast that it could deceive the bureau chief's eyes? Unbelievable. Ji Wuxiang's movements weren't that fast. He didn't move at all. He activated the heavenly chess and used the power of the stars to counterattack the mechanical warriors. This was an invisible attack. The bureau chief and the mechanical warriors didn't notice anything. The mechanical warriors charged forward again without fear. Their attacks were even sharper. Ji Wuxiang's expression didn't change. He was calm and allowed the other party to charge forward. Granny Li was excited. She finally saw the power of the heavenly chess. She could tell that it was the great lord who had activated the heavenly chess. This made her blood boil. She looked at the enemy mockingly. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds rang out. A few more people hit the invisible barrier and were sent flying. The bureau chief's eyes flashed. He finally realized something and exclaimed, "Is this the power of the heavenly chess?" He had already confirmed that Ji Wuxiang had not made any moves, so this was definitely the power of the celestial chess. Immediately, his thoughts became more and more lively. The power of the celestial chess had exceeded his expectations. If he took it for himself, wouldn't his strength increase even more? His eyes lit up as if he was staring at a delicious meal. He didn't even blink. Continue. Under the bureau chief's command, the mechanical warriors crawled up from the ground again and launched attacks without regard for their own safety. Ji Wuxiang didn't get annoyed, but he didn't use his ultimate move. Of course, he had the confidence to leave the underground fortress, but he didn't want to leave so pathetically. That would be letting the chief off too easily. He had already realized that the bureau chief was a huge threat, and even a huge threat from the government. With his own strength, it would not be an easy task to completely uproot them by the roots. That was because the technology to create these mechanical warriors was already fully developed. Even if he killed the bureau chief, this technology might not necessarily not be leaked out. Then there would be another bureau chief, and there would be more and more of them, causing him to have no time to care. Therefore, Ji Wuxiang thought of a very good idea. However, in order to implement this method, he needed someone to cooperate with him. As for the person who cooperated with him, he knew very well that he would definitely follow the clues and find his way here. The only thing Ji Wuxiang had to do was to stall for time, so that that person would have the time and opportunity to rush over. As for the clues, he had already given them. That was the celestial chess. Ji Wuxiang didn't hide the celestial chess anymore. Instead, he mightily activated the power of the stars. Above the 9 heavens, at the top of the firmament, starlight shone brightly. In broad daylight, there were already faint twinkling stars in the sky. However, to ordinary people, these twinkling stars were completely covered by the sunlight and couldn't be seen at all. However, someone saw it. Tang Zheng stood in the courtyard, looking up at the sky. His eyes were slightly narrowed into slits, but the unreachable stars in the sky shone in his eyes. His heart was in turmoil, and he muttered to himself, "Power of the stars, could it be that the celestial chess has been activated again? Previously, I felt a little strange, and thought it was just my imagination. Now it seems that it wasn't at all. The celestial chess has really reappeared in the world." The Empyrean fairy walked to his side, and heard him muttering to himself. She asked curiously, "You said that the celestial chess has reappeared in the world? Wasn't the celestial chess already destroyed?" Tang Zheng nodded resentfully, saying, "Ji Wuxiang is extremely intelligent. He must have found other ways to perfect the celestial chess. He won't change no matter what. We must stop him." It was precisely because he understood the power of the celestial chess that Tang Zheng had no choice but to think of a way to stop Ji Wuxiang. The celestial chess falling into Ji Wuxiang's hands was definitely not a good thing. It might even bring disaster to this world. Absolute power would lead to absolute danger. If the celestial chess covered the entire world, then who would be Ji Wuxiang's opponent? Tang Zheng didn't want himself, nor did he want the people around him to become chess pieces on the chessboard. "Then do you have a way to find him?" The Empyrean fairy's expression turned cold, and she also became serious. Tang Zheng stared unblinkingly at the sky, saying, "Of course there is a way. It is easy for all things to leave behind traces. The celestial chess traces are the power of the stars." The Empyrean fairy nodded thoughtfully. She couldn't sense the power of the stars as clearly as Tang Zheng, but she understood what Tang Zheng meant. That was, if they followed the clues of the power of the stars, they would eventually find Ji Wuxiang. This way, Tang Zheng's gaze swept across the 4 directions, finally locking onto a direction. He leapt, moving like a fleeing rabbit, in an instant, only leaving behind an afterimage. The Empyrean fairy's speed was extremely fast. She caught up to Tang Zheng, walking side by side. The two of them moved as fast as lightning, passing through the streets and alleys. For ordinary people, it was just a gust of wind. They wouldn't even be able to see their shadows clearly. "This is the direction out of the city." Tang Zheng pointed ahead. The chess club was originally located in the bustling city of the capital, After the club was destroyed, Ji Wuxiang actually went out of the city. No wonder his men couldn't find him. He had hidden himself so well. How much farther? The Empyrean fairy asked. Tang Zheng felt the power of the stars growing stronger and stronger. This was enough to prove that they weren't far from their target. Soon, he roared and immediately increased his speed. The Empyrean fairy wasn't to be outdone. A continuous mountain range came into view. This was one of the mountain ranges in the suburbs of the capital. However, it had long since been turned into a restricted military zone. Usually, many troops would train here, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to approach. There was also a military airfield nearby. One could see many fighter jets parked there, and soldiers armed with live ammunition could be seen everywhere, constantly patrolling the military base. Even a fly wouldn't be able to sneak in without making a sound. Tang Zheng stopped in his tracks and looked at the base in astonishment. The power of the stars was coming from the base, and it was extremely strong. It was even stronger than the power of the stars that had been activated in the Go Club. There was no doubt that celestial chess was more complete than before. The Empyrean fairy looked at the base curiously and asked, "Is the target inside?" "Yes." "Then let's go in. Use your illusions. Otherwise, we won't be able to sneak in." The two of them immediately used their illusions and disappeared into the air. They swaggered into the base. Just as they stepped through the gate, the sentries looked ahead and didn't notice the two uninvited guests. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm was heard. The two of them were startled. They looked around blankly and found a group of soldiers with guns surrounding them. These soldiers were wearing sophisticated equipment that seemed to be able to see through their illusions. The two of them glanced at each other in shock. This tried and tested illusion had actually failed. These ordinary soldiers were actually able to discover their tracks. This was too illogical. Tang Zheng stared at the equipment on the soldiers' heads and said in a flash of inspiration, "Infrared thermal imaging devices." The Empyrean fairy was confused. She had never heard of this term before, but she knew that it was definitely some kind of technology. Tang Zheng's heart sank. It seemed that he had underestimated the power of the military and the use of technology. Although they had used their illusions to conceal themselves, they couldn't escape the infrared thermal imaging devices. This was because their bodies were still emitting heat and radiating energy, which could be detected by the devices. "What do we do?" the Empyrean fairy asked. "They're just ordinary soldiers. There's no need to take their lives." "Let's charge in," Tang Zheng said. The Empyrean fairy didn't say anything. She tapped the ground with the tips of her feet and rushed out. On the infrared thermal imaging devices above the soldiers' heads, only a red light could be seen flashing past before disappearing without a trace. Tang Zheng did the same. He left the scene as fast as lightning. The soldiers glanced at each other in dismay, not knowing where to go. However, the alarm went off and an ear-piercing sound resounded throughout the entire base. Immediately, a black mass of soldiers rushed out and quickly patrolled in all directions. It seemed that they were determined to ferret out the intruders. In front of them was another mountain peak. It wasn't very eye-catching among the rolling peaks and didn't even have any obvious features or markings. However, the power of the stars in the sky directly descended and sank into the mountain peak. Seeing Tang Zheng stop again and hear the footsteps of the pursuing soldiers behind him, the Empyrean fairy asked, "Are you sure this is the place?" Tang Zheng nodded without hesitation. "There's no doubt about it." "That means Ji Wuxiang might be hiding under this mountain peak?" "Most likely." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge in." "We don't even see the door. How are we going to charge in? Are we going to split this mountain apart?" This mountain peak was indeed no different from an ordinary mountain peak. It didn't seem like there was another world inside at all. However, Tang Zheng firmly believed that there was something fishy going on. The Empyrean fairy said matter-of-factly, "There's nothing wrong with splitting it apart." Tang Zheng rolled his eyes. His current strength was indeed not bad, but he hadn't reached the level where he could split a mountain apart. In the underground fortress, the bureau chief suddenly turned his head and saw the situation in the base from the huge screen. The ear-piercing alarm made him frown deeply. However, from the surveillance screen he couldn't see who the enemy was. There wasn't even a shadow. It was precisely because of this that he felt like he was facing a great enemy. Chapter 1190. This underground fortress existed independently of the military base. Even the generals in the military base didn't know about it. Those who knew about the bureau chief's whereabouts were all loyal mechanical warriors. The cultivators definitely didn't come for the military base. They came for him. Although the bureau chief didn't understand the cause and effect, he guessed something. He looked at Ji Wuxiang with a burning gaze and asked, "Was it you who did this?" Ji Wuxiang's lips were already curled into a smile. He said, "I found someone for you." Who? The bureau chief was shocked. The other party admitted it. This made him even angrier. Because this little trick was done right under his nose, and he didn't even notice it. It was a slap in the face. The person you always wanted to get rid of, but didn't manage to. The bureau chief raised his eyebrows and subconsciously exclaimed, "Tang Zheng." Haha. Ji Wuxiang didn't answer, but he already gave the answer. This made the bureau chief angry and shocked. Ji Wuxiang actually lured Tang Zheng here. He almost killed Tang Zheng's parents. He heard that Tang Zheng was sending people everywhere to find out about his whereabouts. If Tang Zheng met him, wouldn't he be in danger again? "How did you do it?" the bureau chief asked angrily. "Since you know about the heavenly chess, then you should know that Tang Zheng also knows a lot about it. I activated the heavenly chess, and a strong power of the stars landed here. Do you think he will chase after me?" Yes, of course he will. This question didn't need to be answered at all. The answer was already displayed outside. Don't be in a hurry to gloat. You are also Tang Zheng's enemy. Don't think that you can stay out of this just because you lured him here, the bureau chief reminded him. Ji Wuxiang smiled and said nonchalantly, "Tang Zheng and I are enemies, but he can't threaten me, much less chase after me. You on the other hand hid so well, but in the end, you were discovered by him. All your efforts were for naught. Can you accept this result?" The bureau chief was silent. This result was equivalent to a destructive blow to him. This underground fortress was his last place. If it was exposed to Tang Zheng, it would be difficult for him to make a comeback. Moreover, under the double attack of Ji Wuxiang and Tang Zheng, he didn't have absolute confidence that he could escape unscathed. Damn it, Ji Wuxiang is so cunning. I fell into his trap time and time again. The bureau chief gritted his teeth. He was originally quite shrewd, but he was still no match for Ji. This made him very depressed. What should I do? I have to think of a solution. The bureau chief was flustered. Previously, he still had absolute confidence. However, ever since he found out that although the mechanical warriors surrounded the two of them tightly and attacked nonstop, they didn't have much of an effect. His confidence weakened a lot. Now that Tang Zheng had caught up to them, his confidence almost collapsed. "You're very anxious, right? Like an ant on a hot pan," Ji Wuxiang said jokingly. Granny Li chimed in. "He only has himself to blame. How dare he set his sights on the Lord and Tianqi? He's seeking his own death." The bureau chief glared at Granny Li from afar, but there was nothing he could do. "Haha, Tang Zheng is about to attack. Haven't you thought of a solution yet?" Ji Wuxiang mocked. The bureau chief was furious and simply ignored Ji Wuxiang. His mind was spinning as he tried to think of a solution. He didn't want to give up and escape. That would be too embarrassing, and the price he had to pay would be too great. You don't have much time to think. Ji Wuxiang looked at the screen. Although he couldn't see Tang Zheng's figure, he already felt that Tang Zheng was about to make a move. Tang Zheng was indeed about to make a move. The Empyrean fairy suggested splitting the mountain, but they didn't have battle soul. What could they use to split the mountain? "Can you do it?" Tang Zheng asked the Empyrean fairy. The Empyrean fairy shook her head regretfully. "My cultivation is higher than yours, but I'm still far from splitting the mountain. You have the best candidate, why don't you use him?" "Who? Azura." "Him." Tang Zheng was shocked. Ever since Azura gained intelligence, Tang Zheng didn't want to release him from Sumeru world, to prevent him from killing the innocent. "Yes, he can split the mountain. Why don't you give it a try? Can I really do it?" "Can't you suppress him?" "Why can't you?" The Empyrean fairy asked. Azura and Tangzheng had reached a temporary agreement. Tangzheng kept using the Ksitigarbha Sutra to stimulate Azura's intelligence. Therefore, Azura was at peace with him. Perhaps he would listen to his arrangements. Moreover, Tangzheng had also placed a soul imprint on the Azura's body, which was his trump card. Unless it was the last moment, he would not easily use this technique. Okay, I'll ask him to help. Tangzheng made his decision. His consciousness entered Sumeru world to communicate with Azura. Azura was indignant. He seemed to hate Tangzheng for interrupting his time to increase his intelligence. But in the end he agreed and flew out of Sumeru world. Azura had already become the height of an ordinary person. He was no different from an ordinary person. He looked at Tangzheng with a complicated expression. Then his gaze fell on the Empyrean fairy. His pupils shrank. He realized that the Empyrean fairy was a powerful person. Azura, use your Azura sword to split this mountain. Tangzheng pointed at the mountain. Azura coldly snorted and stared at the mountain peak. Suddenly, he let out a low roar and leaped into the sky. The two of them had been completely removed from the illusion, so they were exposed to everyone. Especially on the big screen in the underground fortress, their faces were vividly displayed. Ji Wuxiang and the bureau chief's gazes were attracted to Azura. They couldn't leave Azura's figure. An expert! The bureau chief exclaimed. Ji Wuxiang's expression changed. He didn't know what Azura was. It was an unfamiliar face. Although he was only an Azura, he could feel his power. Where did Tangzheng find such a powerful helper? Ji Wuxiang faintly sighed. A scholar who has not seen each other for 3 days was a good example of this saying. Once you haven't seen Tangzheng for a period of time, he would give you a big surprise or a shock. Ji Wuxiang and the bureau chief looked at Azura. They didn't know what he was going to do. Suddenly, the sword flashed. A Azura sword appeared in Azura's hand. It emitted a threatening cold air. What is he going to do? The bureau chief had a bad feeling and asked. Ji Wuxiang's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and said, he is going to split this mountain with the sword. What split the mountain? The bureau chief was shocked. This was a scene that only existed in myths and legends. Could it be realized now? He was incredulous. He felt more and more nervous. Whoosh! A sword light flew out from the Azura sword. This was the sword spirit. It fell from the sky and turned into a ray of light, splitting the mountain. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the mountain shook, sand and stones flew, and a crack appeared on the mountain peak. It grew bigger and bigger until it became like a chasm. It quickly penetrated the mountain peak and spread to the bottom of the mountain peak. Tangzheng was shocked. Only now did he realize how big the gap between him and Azura was. If he didn't have the Ksitigarbha Sutra, Azura would have killed him. The Empyrean fairy was not surprised. She had seen such a powerful person before. They were even more powerful than Azura. Naturally, she wasn't surprised. This big movement attracted the soldiers in the distance. They were looking for the intruders. However, they didn't find any trace of them. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The shaking of the mountain attracted them, causing them to rush over one after another. From afar, they saw Tangzheng and the other two, especially the Azura who was hovering in midair. He was especially dazzling, like the sun, the absolute focal point. The soldiers looked at each other. Although they were also elite soldiers, they were still ordinary humans. This scene unavoidably made them tremble with fear. It was as if the Azura's blade had struck their souls, causing them to tremble in fear from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Azura's sword. One could imagine the shock they felt from afar. Some of them even wanted to retreat. They just wanted to get as far away from Azura as possible. However, their duty as soldiers made it so that they wouldn't retreat. Once their superior gave the order, they would charge forward without hesitation. Tangzheng chased after them and said, "Don't kill them later. We will try our best to stall for time. Give Azura enough time and space to unleash his power." Understood. The Empyrean fairy nodded. She took the lead and rushed out to meet the attacking army. Tangzheng tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Like a pair of rocks spreading their wings, He also landed in the middle of the army. Under the layers of encirclement, the two of them didn't panic at all. It was as if this was a common occurrence. Tang Zheng didn't take out his treasures. He knocked down the soldiers in front of him one by one. However, he didn't take their lives. He only temporarily made them unable to move. They could only watch helplessly. However, this was a military base after all. They might lack other things, but they didn't lack soldiers and weapons. Therefore, wave after wave of fully armed soldiers rushed forward. They were like ants trying to eat an elephant. They wanted to use attrition warfare to defeat the two of them. Tang Zheng and the Empyrean Fairy were strong and had extraordinary stamina. They dealt with the enemies in front of them while paying close attention to Azura. When the sword fell, it didn't completely split the mountain. It only left a huge crack. The mountain was like a person's mouth. It cracked open as if it was crying. Azura wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. He raised the Azura sword again. The sword light shone brighter, and the cold air was threatening. The sword soul burst out from the Azura sword again. It fell from the sky with an even stronger aura than before. Boom! The saber soul slashed down along the crack that it had just created. The mountain shook and many soldiers fell on their butts. They were dumbfounded as they stared at the mountain peak. The mountain peak was completely split into two, revealing the scene below. Chapter 1191. The Azura blade finally split open the mountain. Inside the underground fortress, a loud sound came from above. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust rose up. Both sides raised their heads abruptly and stared at this scene in shock. Even the mechanical warriors subconsciously raised their heads. The bureau chief's expression changed. He cursed. Damn it, this person actually split open the mountain. This strength, how strong is he? Ji Wuxiang was shocked. He stared at that face. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He exclaimed, "It's him, the Azura." He and the Azura were old acquaintances. It was just that the Azura back then was very different from the Azura now. He looked at him carefully for a long time before finally confirming that it was the Azura. He was very different from before. His body was smaller, and even the Azura blade was smaller. However, his strength had doubled. The rubble fell, smashing into quite a number of mechanical warriors. The bureau chief and Ji Wuxiang retreated at the same time to avoid the rocks and the terrifying power of the Azura blade. The two of them looked at each other. The bureau chief also saw many complicated emotions in the Azura's eyes. He said fiercely, "This is what you did. Now you know what the consequences are, right?" Ji Wuxiang snorted and said, "The underground fortress has been destroyed. Do you think you can keep me here? As for the Azura, I'll leave it to you." Although Ji Wuxiang was shocked, he was not afraid at all. "Shameless. What is this Azura?" the bureau chief asked. The Azura is a monster formed from the Yin energy of the ghost world. It is very strong and bloodthirsty. I believe it will be to your liking. Ji Wuxiang explained. The bureau chief was shocked. The Azura actually had such a strong background. Ji Wuxiang knew so much about the Azura, which meant that he must have known about the Azura long ago and done his homework. That was indeed the case. Ever since the Azura destroyed the heavenly chess, Ji Wuxiang had been asking around. In the end, he only knew a little about the Azura after much effort. However, this already made him very shocked. He became more and more aware of Tang Zheng's extraordinariness, and his enmity became even more intense. The pursuers stopped in their tracks and stared at the scene with their mouths agape. A mountain peak was actually split into two halves, just like a scene from a myth. They were all frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Shura landed on the ground and walked toward Tang Zheng with the Shura saber in his hand. His eyes were fixed on the Empyrean Fairy. Azura's cultivation base was at the pinnacle of the deity transformation stage, and he was only a thin line away from the Grand Ascension stage. However, Empyrean Fairy was already at the first stage of the Grand Ascension stage, so it was naturally quite easy for him to identify this, so he was very wary. The Empyrean Fairy stared at Shura, replaying the scene in her mind. Her cultivation level was higher than Azura's, but her Dharma treasure was the map of mountains and rivers, which was not as sharp as Azura's saber. That was why she agreed to let Azura split the mountain. Of course, she also wanted to see Azura's strength. Now, she finally understood that Shura's strength was not shallow. He was one of the strongest people she had ever met in her life. Even if she was at the first stage of the Grand Ascension stage, she must not underestimate him. Their eyes met, and an invisible pressure spread in the air. Tangjung moved slightly to block their gazes and said, "Shura, your mission is complete. Go back to Sumeru Heavens." Shura did not comment. He looked over Tangjung's shoulder unwillingly, and looked at the Empyrean fairy behind him. In the end he nodded sullenly and said, "Okay." Then with a flash of light he disappeared. Ah! Screams rang out again, and there was a commotion among the pursuers. This series of unforeseen events had almost overturned their worldview. Even if they were well-trained elite soldiers, their mental endurance might not be strong. As a result, this scene completely frightened them. There were some who cried out miserably, running backwards. Even some people with strong mental fortitude felt their legs go weak, and did not have the courage to rush forward. Tangjung ignored the pursuers and strode toward the split mountain peak. The Empyrean fairy followed by his side like a shadow. They could not wait to see what was hidden in the mountain peak. Rising into the air, the two of them floated in midair, and looked down at the mountain peak below. They could clearly see the situation inside. Hundreds of mechanical warriors were also looking up, looking at them expressionlessly. Looking at their eyes, Tangjung and the Empyrean fairy had the same thought. These people were like walking corpses. Their eyes were calm, and there was a very strange feeling. Their knowledge was not ordinary. Although they did not find the fluctuations of inner strength and magical power from the mechanical warriors, they unanimously judged that their strength was not simple. Their attention was quickly attracted by the others. Ji Wuxiang and the Prime Minister looked at each other from a distance, facing each other. This caused Tang Zheng's pupils to shrink as he was incomparably astonished. Why are these two walking together? That's not right, they seem to be in a hostile state. Ji Wuxiang, Granny Li, and Ji Wuxiang also saw the two people in the sky at the same time. They had already removed the illusion and appeared clearly in midair. Looking down, they stood proudly, exuding a powerful aura. Ji Wuxiang, sir, I've been looking for you for a long time. So you were hiding here, Tangjung said in a deep voice. Ji Wuxiang looked at Tangjung with a complicated expression. Then he laughed and said, "Now that you've found me, what are you going to do? Has Celestial Chess succeeded?" Tangjung asked impatiently. "I knew that with your intelligence and insight, it wouldn't be difficult for you to discover this. Celestial Chess has succeeded. What do you think? You also contributed to this. If it weren't for your help back then, Celestial Chess definitely wouldn't have succeeded so quickly, right?" Ji Wuxiang said jokingly. Tangjung had helped to perfect Celestial Chess back then. Although he later destroyed Celestial Chess and even got rid of some of the players, in the end he made Celestial Chess take a big step forward and solved many of Ji Wuxiang's doubts. This was very important for him to perfect Celestial Chess in the future. However, Ji Wuxiang's words were obviously sarcastic, causing Tangjung to frown. He said unhappily, "Ji Wuxiang, you don't have to say such sarcastic words. Now that Celestial Chess has succeeded, as long as I'm here, I definitely won't watch you carry out your scheme." The Prime Minister's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "What scheme does he have?" "You don't know?" The Prime Minister looked confused. It was obvious that he didn't know. Tangjung hurriedly said, "Celestial Chess uses the world as a chessboard, and you and I are on the chessboard. Naturally, we are chess pieces that are at the mercy of Ji Wuxiang. Are you willing to accept this?" The Prime Minister raised his thick eyebrows and stared at Ji Wuxiang with a burning gaze. He said hatefully, "Your wild ambition is extraordinarily big. You actually dare to have such wishful thinking." Ji Wuxiang looked indifferent. He said, "Don't tell me you didn't have such thoughts when you wanted to take Celestial Chess for yourself. You don't have the right to criticize me." The Prime Minister's thoughts were exposed and his face turned red. He only knew a little about Celestial Chess, but he had already guessed how powerful it was. Now that he heard Tangjung's words, he was even more certain of this point, and had a deeper understanding of it. While he was scolding Ji Wuxiang, He was indeed even more tempted by celestial chess. Seeing his reaction, Ji Wuxiang's lips curled up in a disdainful smile. He said to Tang Zheng, "See, these politicians are so hypocritical. They clearly want it, but they say the opposite in a righteous manner." "You're talking nonsense," the Prime Minister rebuked in exasperation. Ji Wuxiang, however, was not afraid at all. He continued, "The angrier you are, the more it shows that you have a guilty conscience. Tang Zheng, let me tell you something else. Do you still remember the Dragon Group's super warriors and the King Kong mecha?" Tang Zheng's head trembled, and he nodded subconsciously. These two things allowed him to see the power of technology. "Look at these. What are they?" Ji Wuxiang pointed at the mechanical warriors and asked. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly and stared straight at the mechanical warriors, as if he wanted to see through them. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and a look of shock flashed past his eyes. He actually did not see any signs of life in these soldiers. Although they were alive, there was no sign of life. They were just like wooden puppets. Seeing Tang Zheng's reaction, Ji Wuxiang said meaningfully, "Did you see anything?" "What are they?" Tang Zheng asked in a low voice. He did not say what kind of people they were, but what kind of people they were. It was obvious that he did not treat them as people. The combination of a super warrior and a King Kong mecha. Have you ever thought of this? But he did it silently. You can't help but admire his determination and perseverance. Back then, Dragon Group Xingfeng probably never thought of this even in his dreams, Ji Wuxiang explained. Tang Zheng was shocked, and his heart beat wildly. It was precisely because he had seen the power of these two types of technology that he had a deep impression of these two combined products. He realized the power of this new product. "Now you know the seriousness of this matter, right?" Ji Wuxiang continued to fan the flames. The bureau chief roared in exasperation. "Ji Wuxiang, don't cry crocodile tears. Are you a good person? You want to treat the entire world as your chess pieces. You are the one who is crazy. Why did the government develop technology? Isn't it because they were forced by you martial artists and cultivators? You are tyrannical and unscrupulous. What do you think of the government?" The bureau chief's question was powerful and resonant, causing the entire place to be silent. Tang Zheng asked himself, ever since he started cultivating, his strength had gotten stronger and stronger, and he had indeed gradually stopped caring about the government. It was no wonder that the bureau chief had such a big reaction. He had to endure hardships to come up with something like the mechanical warriors. But thinking about it from another perspective, Tang Zheng was not arrogant because of his abilities, and he did not cause trouble for the common people. On the contrary, he had continuously used his own abilities to prevent danger time and time again. On the other hand, the bureau chief's righteous words and actions were mixed with a lot of private goods. Chapter 1192. The bureau chief was rendered speechless by Tang Zheng's words. He glared at Tang Zheng in shame, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ji Wuxiang laughed and clapped. "Brilliant. Your words are powerful and resonant. Who knows how many people are thinking about it? You colluded with each other and colluded with each other. One day, I will make you pay a painful price." The bureau chief's face was red as he threatened fiercely. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides, so the bureau chief naturally wouldn't be nice to him. He looked at Tang Zheng as if he wanted to skin him alive. "You will have to wait until that day comes." Ji Wuxiang shrugged nonchalantly, pointed at Tang Zheng, and said, "Do you think he will let you off this time?" The bureau chief's pupils shrank, and there was some fear in his heart, especially when he recalled the scene of the Azura splitting the mountain. It was so majestic and terrifying. Tang Zheng didn't answer, and just looked at the bureau chief coldly. The bureau chief's heart sank as he realized the answer. He shouted, "Stop them!" With that order, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The mechanical warriors split into two, one attacking Tang Zheng, and the other attacking Ji Wuxiang. Ji Wuxiang signaled Granny Li with his eyes and retreated. Granny Li took the hint and quietly retreated. Ji Wuxiang's motive was very obvious. He purposely used celestial chess to lure Tang Zheng over. and then let Tang Zheng and the bureau chief fight while he reaped the benefits. This idea was very vicious and cunning. This plan succeeded. Of course, he wouldn't stay to see the result. He didn't want to be entangled. Then all his efforts would be wasted. Ji Wuxiang glanced in Tang Zheng's direction from the corner of his eyes, and realized that the mechanical warriors had already started fighting with him. Both sides were fighting back and forth without stopping. Seeing how Tang Zheng dealt with it so easily, Ji Wuxiang's eyelids kept twitching. There was no doubt that Tang Zheng's strength had improved again. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This sentence was very suitable for Tang Zheng. A bright light flashed through Ji Wuxiang's eyes. No matter who won or lost, he would be the biggest winner. "Let's go," he said in a low voice. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped out of the underground fortress. Granny Li followed closely behind, leaving behind an afterimage. She was 1 step slower than Ji Wuxiang. Seeing this, the mechanical warrior did not say anything and chased after him. Their jumping ability was not as good as Ji Wuxiang's and Granny Li's, but flames spurted out from their feet, and they soared into the sky like rockets. This scene made one involuntarily think of the Vajra mecha flying in the sky. Therefore, it was not surprising that this batch of mechanical warriors had the ability to fly. After all, the mechanical warriors were a product that combined the advantages of super soldiers and Vajra mecha. Ji Wuxiang and Granny Li both noticed the pursuers behind them, but the two did not panic. Instead, they dove into the large army like fish in water, causing waves of exclamations. They were immediately submerged in the large army. There were thousands of soldiers chasing after Tang Zheng. When the two of them dove into the army, it was like a drop of water entering the sea. No one could find them anymore. The mechanical warriors stood in the air. Their eyes swept through the crowd like a scanner, but they did not find any trace of their target. The soldiers on the ground raised their heads to look at the mechanical warriors in the sky, and their gazes underwent a complete change. They had been stationed here day and night to train, day and night without stopping. However, they had not realized that this seemingly ordinary mountain peak actually had a completely different world, and that there were so many powerful fellows hidden here. Although they did not have as much information as Tang Zheng and the others, they could guess that the people flying above them were not ordinary people. Although both sides were dressed similarly, with uniform military uniforms. Come back and annihilate them. The bureau chief saw the scene outside the underground fortress from the big screen, and secretly scolded Ji Wuxiang for being cunning. He actually let him slip away. There were priorities. Ji Wuxiang had left and did not pose a threat for the time being. Therefore, they had to use all means to deal with Tang Zheng and the Empyrean Fairy. Tang Zheng had already exchanged more than 10 moves with the mechanical warriors, and gradually understood their strength and routines. The standard of these mechanical warriors was really extraordinary. Ordinary people were not their match at all. Even many martial artists and practitioners might not be able to defeat them. From this point, it was enough to show the strength of the mechanical warriors, and the bureau chief was not simple. He actually picked up the experience and information left behind by the dragon team, and quietly made such achievements. Back then, Xingfeng could not catch up with this progress. Because they knew this, Tang Zheng and Ji Wuxiang both realized that they had underestimated the bureau chief in the past, and had to reevaluate him. More than 100 mechanical warriors rushed toward Tang Zheng and the Empyrean Fairy, blocking their vision. The two of them remained calm and dealt with the situation with ease. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Every time a mechanical warrior took an attack from them, they would fall to the ground and turn into scrap metal. They either drooped their heads or lay on the ground, emitting sparks and smoke. The soldiers in the distance stretched their necks and could only roughly see the scene in the underground fortress. Their faces turned even paler, and many of them retreated, wishing that they could increase the distance between them and the two of them. Use your killing moves and get rid of these guys quickly. Anyway, they are not humans. Tang Zheng finally lost his patience. These guys were really not afraid of death. They knew that there were tigers in the mountains, but they still insisted on going there. How annoying! Bang bang bang! With a series of muffled sounds, The mechanical warriors fell to the ground one after another. There were many large holes on their bodies, and this scene made everyone feel respect and fear. Hiss! When the soldiers saw this scene, all of them gasped. Just now they wanted to stop the two of them, and even chased after them. It turned out that the two of them were not afraid of them, but just did not want to fight with them. Everyone broke out in cold sweat, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. They felt a lingering fear. At a glance, other than Tang Zheng and the Empyrean Fairy, there was no third person standing in the underground fortress. The ground was littered with broken mechanical warriors. Where is the bureau chief? Tang Zheng was shocked and looked around, but he didn't even see the leader's figure. What happened? The two of them looked at each other. They did not expect the bureau chief to sneak away from under their noses. The bureau chief is just an ordinary person. He is not a cultivator, nor a martial artist. This fortress is so high up. Is there a third way to go? Tang Zheng was confused and started to mutter. The Azura's slash not only split the mountain peak, but also destroyed many of the facilities in the underground fortress. The elevator could not be used at all, so it was impossible for the bureau chief to escape from the elevator. This underground fortress was so high from the ground. How did he manage to climb up so stealthily? Just now, the two of them were surrounded by mechanical warriors, and did not have the energy to pay attention to the bureau chief's movements. Although they saw Ji Wuxiang and Granny Li retreating, they could not do anything. They did not have the time to look around, let alone chase after them. Tang Zheng angrily stomped his foot and said, "What bad luck, I let them escape again. These two guys are too cunning, hiding here and there. I finally found them with great difficulty, but I let them escape again." The Empyrean Fairy did not say a word. She was deep in thought, and her eyes kept changing. Tang Zheng noticed her strange behavior and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Don't you think the bureau chief is different from before?" The Empyrean Fairy asked curiously. Different? Tang Zheng's head moved as he recalled the scene just now. Like a movie, he replayed it frame by frame. Sure enough, he found a slight difference. If it was not for the Empyrean Fairy's reminder, he would definitely have overlooked this difference. He was more confident, and this confidence came from his body. Tang Zheng was very familiar with this. This was because he was also in the same situation in the past. Ever since he became a cultivator, his strength increased day by day. That kind of confidence that came from his body became stronger and stronger. Could it be that he is also a cultivator? Tang Zheng was shocked, and a strange thought came to his mind. The Empyrean Fairy's eyes shone like bright stars. She did not deny this point and said thoughtfully, "We can't rule out this possibility." What? Is there really such a possibility? How did he do it? He is so old. Moreover, how did he hide his cultivation level? If he can escape from our eyes, then how high is his cultivation level? A series of questions came one after another. It was easy to imagine the shock and confusion in Tang Zheng's mind. The Empyrean Fairy was not surprised and said, "It is not impossible to forcefully raise a person's cultivation level. There are many secret techniques in the world that can do this. However, there is a huge side effect. This person's cultivation level will be fixed in the future, and be limited to a fixed realm, unable to improve." Tang Zheng suddenly understood and said, "Then this is the bureau chief situation? It is possible. Then who could do this? Only he knows about this. Perhaps this is the source of his confidence. Together with these mechanical warriors, there's probably no one in the government who's stronger than him in today's world. It's no wonder he's so confident." The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens sighed. Tang Zheng's expression darkened. He knew what this meant. As the bureau chief's strength increased, his ambition would also explode. It was no wonder he would have ideas about Tianqi and Ji Wuxiang. However, this was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. In the end, he would be harmed instead. "What do you plan to do next?" the Empyrean Fairy asked curiously. Tang Zheng stared blankly at the messy underground fortress. His gaze swept past the mechanical warriors and his heart sank. The power of technology was undeniable, and could not be underestimated. The bureau chief had luckily escaped this time, so he would be more careful next time. It would be harder to find him than to reach the heavens. The power of science and technology would be a great help to him. And it wouldn't be surprising if he invented some strange things in the future. However, when they met again in the future, his strength would be vastly different from what it was now, and he would be an even greater threat. Tang Zheng sighed inwardly. Although he thought of this, there was nothing he could do. Tang Zheng, what are you looking at? Chapter 1193. Xian Envy of the Ninth Heaven's exclamation startled Tang Zheng. His attention was instantly attracted as he turned to look at the huge screen. There were many surveillance images on the screen, and some of them were familiar to him. Our house. Tang Zheng was shocked as he immediately recognized that this was actually the scene of the surveillance camera outside his house. The bureau chief was monitoring his house. This made him furious. He slammed his fist on the ground and roared, "Damn it!" No matter who it was, they would have the same reaction when they saw their house being monitored. The Empyrean fairy frowned. Looking at the surveillance images, she could imagine that her every move was being watched by someone else. It was needless to say how angry an expert would be when he found out about this cruel reality. The bureau chief's actions not only provoked Tang Zheng, but also deeply provoked the Empyrean fairy. Her murderous aura surged. Tang Zheng glanced at the Empyrean fairy and said, "Looks like he has been planning this for a long time. He was already dissatisfied with us and even wanted to kill us. However, we didn't take him seriously at all. This kind of underestimation will definitely lead to a disaster. It's just that we haven't reached that stage yet." The Empyrean fairy nodded in agreement and said, "This is God's will. We must be wary of him in the future, especially since he has the mechanical warriors." Tang Zheng looked at the messy mechanical warriors on the ground and thought of the same question Ji Wuxiang had. He said, since he can create more than 100 mechanical warriors, then it's not impossible for him to mass-produce mechanical warriors or even build a mechanical warrior army. What kind of scene would that be? Tang Zheng couldn't imagine it. However, one thing is for sure. If the bureau chief has such a powerful force, it might not be a good thing. That's because he's too selfish. The Empyrean fairy felt the same way. She never had a good impression of officials. After all, Qin Shi Huang was the greatest example in history. It was hard for her to have a good impression of him. Then what are you going to do? Tang Zheng pondered and said, "This matter is of great importance. It's not something that can be decided with just a few words. Let's leave this place first. It won't be too late to decide later." The Empyrean fairy nodded and didn't object. They looked at each other and jumped at the same time. Whoosh! With two sounds of breaking through the air, the two of them soared into the sky, causing the soldiers outside to exclaim in surprise. They stared at the sky dumbfoundedly, but the two figures quickly disappeared, and not even their shadows could be seen. As for what kind of chain reaction this mess would cause, they were not in the mood to care. After returning home, Tang Zheng first searched around his house and found many hidden surveillance cameras, which clearly recorded the movements around his house. This large villa area was already protected by a large array. Ordinary people had no qualifications or opportunities to enter. Apart from the peripheral surveillance, it was indeed difficult to find an effective way. This kind of surveillance could only give a general understanding of what was going on inside the array, and couldn't touch the core. However, it was enough to know a lot of secrets. Among them was the backyard of Tang Zheng's villa, where a transmission array was set up. This was one of Tang Zheng's big secrets, and the transmission array was the key to connecting to the island. In this way, wouldn't the scene of him using the transmission array many times be monitored? A feeling of uneasiness instantly enveloped Tang Zheng. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he took down all the cameras. This movement attracted the attention of others, who gathered around and looked at the cameras in his hands. Their faces were filled with confusion. "What is this?" Yi Dingdang asked curiously. "Why are there so many cameras around our house? Did you send someone to install them?" "How could it be me?" Tang Zheng said coldly. "Some bad people deliberately installed these to monitor us." Monitoring?" Yi Dingdang covered her mouth as her eyes widened. Her mind raced as she immediately thought of how she had climbed into Tang Zheng's room through the window in the middle of the night. Didn't this mean that all of this was recorded by the surveillance cameras? Aya. So embarrassing. Although she was carefree, this matter was too private and should not be made public. Therefore, she was extremely angry. Her almond eyes were wide open as she said with a fiendish expression, "Who did this? We must not let him off." Although the others did not have as much information as Yi Dingdang, they still felt uncomfortable all over. They said indignantly, "This person is scheming and actually wants to deal with our family. We must not let our guard down." Lord Envoy. Suddenly, the witch clan disciples all knelt down in front of Tang Zheng and said with incomparable shame, "Please punish us, Lord Envoy. It's all because of our incompetence that we didn't discover the enemy's vicious intentions. We almost caused a disaster." Everyone was shocked by the actions of the witch clan disciples. Tang Zheng immediately went to help them up, but they did not get up at all. They insisted on kneeling on the ground, as if this was the only way to dispel a portion of the guilt in their hearts. Tang Zheng looked at them helplessly and said earnestly, "I order you all to get up. All of this is not your fault at all. Everyone has moments of carelessness. Moreover, all of this is because the enemy is too cunning. It's not your dereliction of duty, understand?" The witch clan disciples looked at each other in dismay. Seeing that Tang Zheng was furious, they did not dare to disobey his orders and stood up resentfully. Tang Zheng swept his gaze across the witch clan disciples. Of course, he understood the thoughts of the witch clan disciples. The witch clan was absolutely loyal to him, and any mistakes they made would be magnified infinitely in their hearts. Tang Zheng did not wish to see this scene. "I'll say it again. If there's anything in the future, don't take responsibility for it. I'm not a muddle-headed person. Don't tell me that I can't tell who's on my side and who's on my enemy?" Tang Zheng deliberately asked in a deep voice. The witch clan disciples all revealed looks of shame and lowered their heads. "So, I don't want to see you all volunteer to ask for forgiveness again. Do you understand? I am a person who rewards and punishes clearly. If you have really made a mistake, I will naturally not be merciful." Tang Zheng's aura surged, especially the dragon's might that was faintly discernible, causing people to not have the slightest thought of resisting. There was only the word submit in their hearts. When the few women saw this scene, their eyes lit up as they looked at Tang Zheng with burning eyes. This was their lover. He was truly a hero. "Who did this?" After calming down, Feng Shishir asked curiously. This was the doubt in everyone's hearts as they looked at him curiously. Tang Zheng muttered to himself and said, "Chief." "What? It's him." Everyone was shocked and stared at Tang Zheng with their eyes wide open. Obviously, they were the same as Tang Zheng and had neglected this important mission. Although his identity was illustrious, in their hearts, cultivators and warriors were superior. Chapter 1194. Everyone suppressed the shock in their hearts and fell into deep thought. The chief was not just anyone, he was the central figure of the country's power, and had great power and influence. They had completely fallen into a hostile relationship with him. Moreover, after listening to Tang Zheng's introduction of the mechanical warriors, they were even more moved. Everyone understood that if the mechanical warriors formed an army, it would not be any weaker than the army of cultivators. Since ancient times, there had been sects formed by cultivators in every dynasty, but almost none of them were tied together to form an army. The mechanical warriors were different. They could form an army and use the power of technology to arm themselves. It went without saying how terrifying their combat strength would be. Everyone sat together in silence. This situation was unexpected. If they continued to let it develop, it might develop into the third most powerful force in addition to the demons and the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. It might even overshadow them. Tian Chanzi was silent for a long time before he finally said, "This is the worst-case scenario, but there is one thing that you did not notice. This mechanical warrior army is indeed extraordinary, but in terms of experts, they are often inferior to the demons and the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. In war, experts often play a decisive role. even to the point of influencing the overall situation. In the Battle of Zhuolu, experts played a decisive role. Therefore, Tian Chanzi's words were not false. But the Empyrean Fairy and I feel that the chief is no longer an ordinary person, but a cultivator. Tang Zheng said in a low voice. This was the consensus between him and the Empyrean Fairy, although he did not understand how he did it, or how he hid his cultivation. But there was no doubt that this was an indisputable fact. Cultivator. Everyone was shocked. A cultivator's lifespan and combat strength would be greatly increased. If this was true, then the chief's strength would rise to another level, especially with the help of the mechanical warrior army. The explosive combat strength would be unimaginable. So, if we need to defeat him, we must first restrict his power. This is the key to his mechanical warrior army. Without power and resources, the mechanical warrior army is just a castle in the air. Li Xiaotian finally spoke. She racked her brains and a mature and bold idea gradually formed in her mind. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads at the same time and looked at Li Xiaotian with burning eyes. Tang Zheng's heart stirred. What brilliant plan do you have? He asked. He knew that Li Xiaotian had always been resourceful, especially when it came to scheming. After all, she had once been the holy maiden of the Li Palace. Although she had lost her memories, her talent had not been affected in the slightest. Li Xiaotian's lips curled into a smile. Her seduction skills were maturing day by day. Every frown and smile of hers was full of flirtatiousness, causing one's heartstrings to tremble. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Li Xiaotian bit her white teeth and softly spat out 4 words. Everyone began to mutter in their hearts, not understanding the meaning of these words. Li Xiaotian no longer kept him in suspense and said with a smile, "Where does his power and resources come from?" "Of course it's his identity." "Yes, so as long as we expose his identity and remove that outer layer, he will be an ordinary cultivator. After all of his resources have disappeared, how could he possibly threaten us?" A feeling of suddenly seeing the light, as if the clouds had parted to see the bright moon, gradually filled his heart. Tang Zheng turned pale with fright as he looked at Li Xiaotian. This plan of removing the firewood from under the cauldron was indeed very powerful, but it also had to be said that it was extremely daring. This was because, after all, the chief was at the pinnacle of power. Although he was not the head of the country, he was still one of the top people. Shaking him was extremely difficult. Li Xiaotian did not seem to care at all. She continued, "He has many opponents. They are all hoping for him to make a mistake. They are even secretly collecting information on him. As long as we reveal the matter of the mecha warriors to them, then we don't need to do anything. They will be impatient to deal with him. Because once he truly creates the mecha warriors, then there will be no one else in this country who can do anything. Everything they have now will go down the drain. For their own benefits, they will definitely stop at nothing to attack him." Many people who had not yet understood heard this and finally understood the brilliance of removing the firewood from under the cauldron. Only someone as daring as Li Xiaotian, who had never placed any importance on being an official, would come up with this kind of plan. Tian Chanzi looked deeply at Li Xiaotian, and could not help but say that he was impressed. He had always prided himself on being smart, but he had never thought of this kind of plan. "I agree. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This is the most beneficial method for us." Tian Chanzi said in agreement. Empyrean Fairy thought for a while, and also nodded. "I agree." The others all looked at Tang Zheng. This matter was of great importance, and the final decision rested in Tang Zheng's hands. Tang Zheng's eyes kept changing. This decision was of great significance and had far-reaching effects. He had no choice but to be cautious. In the end, he fiercely gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Now that we've been forced into this situation, he can't wait to put me to death time and time again. If I continue to think about it, then wouldn't I be letting him ride on my head?" So what if he has a high position? He doesn't have the final say in this country, and he's not an ancient emperor. Even an emperor can be pulled down from his horse if he's willing to be cut into pieces, let alone a mere high official. After saying this, The thoughts in his heart suddenly became clear, and he felt a lot more relaxed. After listening to his impassioned speech, everyone's eyes were different, and they all bloomed with excitement. Although Princess Anne was a member of the royal family, there was also a deep-rooted rebellious spirit in her bones. Otherwise, how could she have done so many extraordinary things? What she yearned for the most was to fight for freedom, and be a hero who could break free from the shackles and shackles. This was the work of romanticism. But she fell for this. She stared at Tang Zheng without blinking. Her heart was like a flower that slowly bloomed, and a fragrance filled her entire body. Do you need any help? I can ask my father for help, Princess Anne impatiently said. No need. This is our own family matter. If outsiders interfere, it will instead cause unnecessary trouble and lead to more disturbances. Li Xiaotian rushed to reject Princess Anne. This was a family matter. If it involved foreign powers, there were indeed too many uncontrollable factors, and it could even develop in the opposite direction. This kind of thing where they were going in the opposite direction was definitely not something they would do. And slightly pouted. Li Xiaotian's rejection made her unhappy. She looked at Tang Zheng with expectant eyes. And, thank you for your good intentions. Li Xiaotian's words are reasonable. If you interfere, it will only make the situation more complicated. Tang Zheng tactfully refused, and was a little disappointed. She made an "oh" sound, but she did not give up and said, Then if you need any help, you must tell me. I will do my best to help you. This declaration caused the other women to raise their eyebrows. This was openly trying to poach someone. The princess's style was indeed swift and decisive. It was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Tang Zheng accepted her good intentions and then said to Li Xiaotian, Since you proposed this plan, then you must have a detailed plan. I would like to hear the details. Li Xiaotian faintly smiled. She thought that he really did understand her. This feeling was very good. She suppressed the distracting thoughts in her heart and organized her thoughts. She said, Do you still remember the pillow talk plan I told you about? Tang Zheng nodded. The others raised their eyebrows and curiously looked at the two. How come they did not know about this pillow talk plan? Could it be that there was a secret between the two of them? In reality, Tang Zheng did not place this pillow talk plan in his heart. This was Li Xiaotian's full operation, so he simply acted as a hands-off shopkeeper. Seeing his family's suspicious and curious faces, Tang Zheng simply explained the pillow talk plan. When everyone heard this, they could not help but be secretly shocked. So the Li Palace still had such a hidden power. This seemed insignificant, but in many critical moments, it could play a pivotal role. The pillow talk plan was very successful. Many of the higher-ups have a good impression of you, but they have never had the opportunity to meet you. They are rivals with the chief and have long been incompatible. As long as we do not reveal the chief's strength and plan, they will definitely not be able to sit still and attack. The plan to take drastic measures will succeed. Li Xiaotian said confidently. Hi, truly hi. Tian Chanzi could not help but give a thumbs up as he praised from the bottom of his heart. Women could hold up half the sky. This Li Xiaotian truly had the ability to laugh at the world. Although his personal strength was not ridiculously high, the key point was that his scheming and strategizing skills were rarely matched by others. This was the group of people at the top of the hierarchy, who were included in the calculations. Of course, this was for their own good. If the chief really succeeded, then their positions would be in jeopardy. Presumably, they would also be very happy to know this news. Marshall looked at Li Xiaotian with a complicated expression. Her cultivation was higher than Li Xiaotian's, but in terms of scheming, she was lacking by a level. Back then, she and Li Xiaotian were listed as the candidates for the next sect master and palace master of the Marshall organization and Li Palace. This was not without reason. One person's martial strength was off the charts, while the other was unparalleled in scheming. They were both heroes among women. Fang Shishir and Yi Dingdang looked at each other at the same time. Both of them felt the pressure. Li Xiaotian and Princess Anne both had Sima Zhao's heart. Everyone knew this, but they had no way to stop each other. Especially this time, Li Xiaotian was able to think of such an ingenious plan, but they were completely helpless. This was the gap between them. Without a doubt, after this matter, Tang Zheng and Li Xiaotian would be closer in the future. Li Xiaotian would also take this opportunity to get closer to Tang Zheng. As for what would happen in the future, no one knew. Suddenly, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Other than being the first to get to know Tang Zheng, they were completely inferior in all other aspects. The two of them frowned and sank into deep worry. They had to find another way to realize their value. No one else noticed the abnormality of the two of them. Li Xiaotian continued. If you agree, then I will send someone to carry it out. Before long, there will be results. Chapter 1195. Li Xiaotian obeyed Tang Zheng's orders, and for the next 10 days or so he did not return home, and his whereabouts were unknown. The capital was calm, but in reality, there were undercurrents. The Yan family sent out some news, and the things that happened in the military base in the suburbs of the capital were still spread out a little, but it was very different from the truth. The mountain peak was split in half, described as the result of some kind of advanced weapon test, which attracted the attention of many countries' militaries. When Yan Patian mentioned this matter, he shook his head and sneered. He clearly said that this was a smokescreen released by the officials, and the actual situation was definitely not like that. Tang Zheng secretly praised, as expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Although Yan Patian did not personally witness it, he was not deceived. Since the Yan family had taken the initiative to inform him, Tang Zheng did not hide anything and explained the whole story in a few words. Yan Patian turned pale with fright, and was unable to shut his mouth for a long time. After a long while, Yan Patian finally regained his senses and said with a serious expression, "Young Master Tang, it's not that this old man is timid, but the chief is definitely not an ordinary person. You and him are already like fire and water. I'm afraid you have to be fully prepared." Back then, the few great clans had secretly fought against the officials, causing the officials to be in a very passive situation. As the person in the middle, Yan Patian knew more inside information than the others. For more than 100 years, the few great clans had been suppressing the officials. No matter what era it was always the same, because their clan's development was too deeply rooted. However, ever since the chief took power, this situation had quietly changed, especially since the relationship between the few great clans had deteriorated day by day, and the open and hidden battles had become more and more intense. Yan Patian was extremely observant, and in the end placed all of this on the head of the chief. He was the one who had secretly manipulated all of this, but it was extremely secretive, and did not leave behind many clues. By the time Yan Patian truly discovered it, the situation in Wuxia had already undergone an earth-shattering change. Cultivators had appeared out of nowhere, and it would be useless to bring up this old debt. This time, after hearing the chief's magnificent feat, Yan Patian revealed this inside information. Tang Zheng's expression changed slightly, and he felt deep respect for her. One could not judge a book by its cover. The chief had actually unknowingly done so many magnificent deeds. If there were no cultivators involved, perhaps the power of the officials would become stronger and stronger, and the few great clans would be in imminent danger. If Tang Zheng had not defeated the great families, there was a high chance that they would have declined. It was only a matter of time. The Ye family is still under the support of the chief. In the past half a year, they have attacked the city and taken out the stronghold, and their strength has greatly increased. They have already recovered to their previous level. Although they are still unable to threaten our existence, they will definitely be stronger than before. Yan Patian said earnestly. The strong rise of the Yi family made people see how extraordinary the chief was. With just support, the Yi family regained so much vitality. It really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Then do you think the Ye family will know the whereabouts of the chief? Tang Zheng asked curiously. In the past 10 days or so, he had not been idle. He had spread out an inescapable net to search for the bureau chief's whereabouts, but to no avail. He was like a drop of water falling into the sea, without a trace. This made Tang Zheng feel as if there was a blade at his back. Maybe, after all, their relationship is not shallow. Yen Patian hesitated for a moment, and said doubtfully. A light flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes, as if he was deep in thought. Yi Dingdang looked at him and immediately realized the opportunity and said, I'll go to the Ye family for you. In the past 10 days or so, she and Feng Shishir had been vexed over their position and role. Now that they saw an opportunity, she naturally could not shirk her responsibility and volunteered herself. Yi Dingdang and the Ye family could be considered as fire and water. Her trip this time would definitely not be smooth, and might even be dangerous. Yi Dingdang was very clear on this point, but she was once a member of the Ye family, so she was the best candidate. Moreover, only danger and difficulty could explain her value, so she had to go even more. Tang Zheng frowned as he looked at her, and said, I'll go alone, you don't have to go. Although Yi Xuanji was still alive, Yi Ku was currently handling the specific matters. Yi Xuanji had always been in hiding, but in reality, the one who was most likely to be in contact with the chief was him. Therefore he had to find Yi Xuanji this time. Last time, because of the nightmare, there was a fight in the Ye family. After that, Tang Zheng never went to the Ye family again. This time, there might be a fierce battle. The Ye family was not a match for Tang Zheng. He was not worried, but he did not want Yi Dingdang to face the Ye family directly. This was a scene that Yi Tianlei did not want to see. Yi Dingdang did not have such concerns. She grabbed Tang Zheng's arm, as if she would not let go if he did not agree. Feng Shishir saw through Yi Dingdang's thoughts and was not jealous. Instead, she was happy, as this was equivalent to finding a breakthrough. Thus, she immediately pleaded for Yi Dingdang. Just bring her along, maybe she can help. Seeing Feng Shishir speak, Tang Zheng was silent. Feng Shishir rarely asked him for help. Since she opened her mouth, Tang Zheng could not refuse. He reluctantly said, Okay, but Dingdang, you have to listen to me. Don't act rashly. We are just going to inquire about the situation. If it is not a last resort, there is no need to fight. Yi Dingdang smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I am very obedient. Outside the Ye family, Yi Dingdang had not been here for a long time. Looking at this familiar and strange scene, her face changed subtly, and she sighed faintly. If you don't want to face them, it's not too late to go back now. Tang Zheng advised. Yi Dingdang stuck out her chest, causing it to slightly tremble. She was as proud as a beautiful peacock as she heroically said, Do you think I would be afraid of them? Humph, it's not like I have a guilty conscience. They should be the ones who have a guilty conscience. Seeing her high fighting spirit, Tang Zheng smiled and said, We don't need to force our way in and cause too much trouble. We just need to find Yi Xuanji. I have lived here before, so I know where he is. In order to prove her worth, Yi Dingdang impatiently said, Normally, when he has nothing to do, he will definitely stay in his own training ground to cultivate. That is a small black room where normal people would not be able to get close to. There are many loyal and devoted people of the Yi clan hidden in the surroundings to protect him from being disturbed while he is cultivating. Tang Zheng said, Oh, then show me the way. I will take you in. Yi Dingdang was beaming with joy. Her heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. She was not a girl who knew her place, and there was a rebellious feeling in her bones. Tang Zheng conveniently hugged Yi Dingdang's willow waist, causing her to tremble slightly before taking advantage of the situation to lean into his embrace. The warm embrace nearly caused her to become intoxicated. She and Tang Zheng were already very familiar with each other's bodies. Leaning into his embrace, she still had a strange feeling, as if she had been electrocuted. This way. Yi Dingdang pointed in a direction far away. Chapter 1196. In the Ye family's huge courtyard house, there were countless people lying on the ground. Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang were both stunned by this scene. The two of them silently landed in the courtyard and looked at each other in dismay as they looked at the crowd around them. What's going on? Yi Dingdang asked in a low voice. Tang Zheng shook his head and frowned. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, but there were so many people lying in the courtyard. Their breathing was steady and their vitality was normal, as if they were sleeping soundly. This scene was extremely strange. It was extremely quiet, and under the scorching sun, it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. These are all people from the Ye family. I know a lot of them. Yi Dingdang discovered many familiar faces and quickly said. Tang Zheng squatted down and examined a person. He discovered that the other party's body was normal, and there was nothing unusual about it. Let's go and take a look elsewhere. Tang Zheng held onto Yi Dingdang's hand and no longer hid himself as he strode towards the depths of the courtyard. In the other courtyards, it was the same. There were actually many people from the Ye family lying on the ground. Yi Dingdang's face turned pale. After all, these were people that she had interacted with day and night. Most of them were subordinates of the Ye family, and some of them had even helped her before. She couldn't help but grab onto Tang Zheng's hand tightly as she raised her head and looked at him with a burning gaze. Tang Zheng felt that her palms were sweating, and immediately comforted her in a gentle voice. Don't worry, it will definitely be fine. Their lives are not in danger. They seem to have just fallen into a deep sleep. Deep sleep? It's broad daylight, and so many people are sleeping on the ground? Yi Dingdang found it unbelievable. Tang Zheng muttered to himself for a moment. Then a light flashed through his mind, and he muttered to himself. Deep sleep. That's right, there's someone who can do it. Who? Seeing that Tang Zheng had a clue, Yi Dingdang impatiently asked. Yi Meiyu. Her. Yi Dingdang had a suspicious look on her face. That's right. Her master is the Nightmare Lord. The heart's dream traceless divine ability is extraordinary. It can bring people into the dreamland. In fact, dreams are even more realistic than reality. She's the only one who can make so many people fall asleep. Tang Zheng said in a deep voice. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to do this. He didn't cultivate the dream divine ability, so he naturally couldn't do all this. Yi Dingdang knew a thing or two about this, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. With a heavy expression, she asked, Will they wake up? Yi Meiyu didn't kill them directly, so she must have some ideas. Therefore, their lives aren't in danger for the time being, but ordinary methods won't be able to wake them up. Tang Zheng said regretfully. You can't wake him up? Yi Meiyu's expression changed slightly. She was very disappointed. Cough cough. A wave of coughing broke the silence, and it was like a stone that was thrown into the surface of a lake. It immediately caused a chain reaction, and the sound rose and fell like circle after circle of ripples that surged out. What's wrong? The two of them were shocked and immediately looked over. They actually saw people standing up straight, as if they had just woken up from their sleep. Awake? The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that they had been discovered? The two of them hurriedly dodged to the side and hid behind a corridor, silently looking at this group of people. Their bodies were much stiffer, as if they were walking corpses. Their faces were expressionless, and their eyes were lifeless as they moved. It was as if a machine had been pressed on a button, and it started to operate with a clanging sound. Why is it so strange? It makes me shudder. Yi Dingdang shrank back and said in shock. Tang Zheng also felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet. This scene was extremely strange and inconceivable. I'll go catch one and find out what's going on. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, his figure flashed and stopped a person. Before the other party could even react, Tang Zheng had already controlled him and dragged him to the back of the corridor. What are you doing? The other party sternly asked. Yi Dingdang looked at the person with concern and asked, Don't you recognize me? I am Yi Dingdang. She recognized this person and had interacted with him many times before. But the other party did not recognize her at all. It was as if he was looking at a stranger. He bared his teeth and roared, I don't recognize you. I have to report to the master. Master, someone has broken in. He hysterically roared, and his voice resounded throughout the large courtyard. Hua! This voice caused a huge uproar. Countless pairs of eyes looked over at the same time, and the sound of footsteps quickly approached. Tang Zheng did not expect the other party to shout and not give him any chance. Yi Dingdang's expression changed slightly. This person was like a stranger, and was not the person she knew before. How did he become like this? Yi Dingdang asked blankly. He has already been controlled by Yi Dingdang and lost himself. Tang Zheng said in a deep voice, pulling Yi Dingdang out of the corridor, only to see a large group of people rushing over. Many of the Ye family members were warriors, servants, and guards. When they saw Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang, their eyes turned blood red, as if they were ferocious beasts that had seen their prey. Don't hurt them. Yi Dingdang could not bear it and reminded him. Tang Zheng nodded and said, since we've been exposed, then we might as well not hide anymore and lure Yi Meiyu out. Seeing the crowd charging at him, Tang Zheng stomped his foot on the ground. Pung! A loud sound rang out as the ground cracked inch by inch. An invisible force quickly spread out in all directions from the point of impact. Bang, bang, bang. Countless people were sent flying in all directions. Yi Meiyu, come out! Tang Zheng growled. His voice was like a large bell, quickly spreading to every courtyard of the Ye family. Crash! A figure soared into the sky from a house, breaking through the roof and bringing with it a large amount of rubble. Finally, he landed on the roof and stared at the two of them from afar. Yi Xuanji. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted. He was overjoyed. He actually found the main character so quickly. Yi Meiyu did not appear, but finding Yi Xuanji was also a gain. Yi Xuanji looked at the two of them with a complicated expression and said coldly, you guys have barged into my Ye family again. Do you really think my Ye family is a public toilet? You think you can come and go as you please? Yi Xuanji, after 3 days of separation, I have a whole new level of respect for you. To think that your Ye family would actually become like this, it's truly unexpected. Tang Zheng said meaningfully. Yi Xuanji snorted coldly, his gaze once again landing on Yi Dingdang. His expression became extremely complicated, but he could not hide his disgust and anger, and reprimanded. Yi Dingdang, you unfilial descendant, you actually have the face to come back. Yi Dingdang's pale face instantly flushed red. She stared back at Yi Xuanji unyieldingly, her aura completely different from before. Yi Xuanji was not an ordinary girl. If someone bullied her, she would fight back. This was an instinct that went deep into her bones. All of her cowardice and fear would be thrown to the back of her mind. Back then, she even dared to contradict Yi Xuanji, let alone now. What qualifications do you have to judge me like this? What did the Ye family give me? What did I ask for from the Ye family? Yi Dingdang asked indignantly. Nothing. Chapter 1197. You speak rudely, you deserve to be killed. Yi Xuanji's killing intent surged as he stared fiercely at Yi Dingdang and berated. Yi Dingdang straightened her back and stared back at Yi Xuanji without fear. Tang Zheng moved his feet slightly, blocking their line of sight, and said, Yi Xuanji, what kind of hero is it to target a girl? Why did the Ye family become like this? Yi Xuanji froze slightly, his expression fluctuating as he said, what does this have to do with you? It's not good to spread the family's dirty linen, right? Tang Zheng's eyes were like torches. He immediately revealed the mystery behind it. The entire Ye family has fallen into a deep sleep. This can't be your doing. I'm afraid it's Yi Meiyu's doing. This means that your control over the Ye family has been taken away, right? Yi Xuanji's face flushed red. He blew at his beard and glared and refuted. Nonsense, the Ye family is mine. How can it be taken away by others? Tang Zheng stared straight at him, pointed around and laughed mockingly. Is that so? Then explain all of this. The surrounding guards stared at Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang like tigers eyeing their prey. Yi Xuanji looked at these people. His gaze became unnatural. He snorted angrily and said, This is my Ye family's family matter. Why should I say anything to you? Haha. What a joke. This is just an excuse for you to deceive yourself. The Ye family has completely lost control. It's just that you insist on wearing a fig leaf. Actually, no matter how your Ye family changes, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to ask you a question. Tang Zheng shook his head, disdainful of Yi Xuanji's ability to be stubborn, and directly stated his purpose for coming here. Yi Xuanji was startled. He had also been guessing Tang Zheng's purpose. After hearing this question, he looked at him suspiciously and asked, What question? Where is the leader? What? Seeing that Yi Xuanji seemed to have misheard, Tang Zheng repeated. You didn't miss here. I asked you where the chief is. Don't tell me you don't know the answer? Yi Xuanji's eyes flickered, and he said without hesitation, Of course I don't. You're really funny. You actually came to me to ask about his whereabouts. Shouldn't you ask the officials? You're really good at being stubborn. It's useless even if you deny it. Your reaction has already told me that you definitely know the answer. Tang Zheng pressed on. Nonsense. I advise you to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, I won't be polite anymore. Yi Xuanji knew very well that he was no match for Tang Zheng. Although he was arrogant, he didn't dare to act rashly. What if I don't leave? Tang Zheng crossed his arms and looked at Yi Xuanji lazily. Yi Xuanji couldn't sit still. With a whoosh, he flew down from the roof and looked at Tang Zheng from afar. For a moment, he couldn't find any words to refute. Yi Dingdang looked at this scene and her gaze finally fell on Tang Zheng. Although he looked lazy and didn't care, the strong confidence he exuded was intoxicating. Yi Xuanji, you don't dare to speak? Then obediently tell me the answer. Tang Zheng forced. Pung pung pung. Suddenly, a series of uniform footsteps sounded. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank. He discovered that the guards and servants were on the move again. They all rushed towards Tang Zheng at the same time. Each and every one of them had a crazed expression. Their eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred. It was as if they wanted to skin Tang Zheng alive. Stop! Before Tang Zheng could react, Yi Xuanji roared and stopped a few people. However, these people acted as if they didn't see Yi Xuanji, and directly rushed towards him. Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide in surprise. This scene was out of his expectations. These guards and servants were all from the Ye family. How could they fight against Yi Xuanji? Isn't this a rebellion? Yi Xuanji's face was ashen. He stared hatefully at his subordinates who were rushing over. These people used to listen to him, but ever since they were hit by Yi Meiyu's heart dream traceless spell, they seemed to have changed into a different person. They didn't listen to his orders at all, and were like puppets. This made Yi Xuanji very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Although he had repeatedly stated that the Ye family was still under his control, he knew very well what the truth was. The Ye family had indeed changed hands, and he had been completely taken over, becoming a commander without an army. His strength was not weak, but he could not compare to Yi Meiyu. The waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves before. He, the wave in front, was ruthlessly slapped on the beach and had to accept the scorching sun. One could imagine how it felt. Not only that, he didn't know what kind of flowery words Yi Meiyu used, but she actually bewitched Yi Ke. Yi Ke turned to Yi Meiyu, his younger sister, and disobeyed him. Yi Xuanji scratched his head and couldn't figure out why Yi Ke had changed so much. He wanted to pass down the Ye family's huge family business to him, but in the end he betrayed him, which was equivalent to betraying the Ye family. Yi Xuanji had a deep sense of defeat. This feeling was buried deep in his heart. He cultivated day and night, hoping that one day his cultivation would surpass Yi Meiyu's again, and then completely take back the Ye family's dominance. The Ye family was his, and he had to take it back. Otherwise, if he died with grievances, how could he explain it to the Ye family's ancestors when he went to the underworld in the future? However, before he could do this, he was met with Tang Zheng's condemnation. He painstakingly tried to regain his dignity, but he did not succeed. Especially at this moment, the servants and guards ignored his existence and even attacked him. This was completely tearing off the last layer of cloth covering his shame, causing him to feel a strong sense of humiliation that penetrated deep into his bones. He couldn't help but lower his head. No one saw the sparkling tears in his eyes, which almost fell from the corner of his eyes. The servants and guards charged at him without any hesitation. Suddenly Yi Xuanji raised his head, his eyes flashing, and growled. "Stop!" The guards acted as if they didn't hear anything. Their killing intent leaked out, and a fierce killing move greeted him. "Retreat!" Yi Xuanji roared once again, but no one retreated. There were no tears in Yi Xuanji's eyes, and his gaze became extremely complicated. It was as sharp as a blade, and as hot as a scorching sun. Boom! Yi Xuanji pushed both of his hands outwards, and an invisible wave of air surged out. The shockwave was extremely terrifying, like a tsunami. How could the servants and guards be a match for him? In an instant, they were sent flying backwards. They were scattered all over the ground like spare parts. One by one, they fell to the ground and screamed miserably, but the way they looked at Yi Xuanji was even more furious, as if they were facing an enemy who killed their father. Looking at this scene, Yi Xuanji's heart ached. These were the people he had trained, but in the end, they had become his enemies. This was a joke, a huge joke. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xuanji laughed wildly, and a drop of tear actually flowed out from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 1198. Muddy old tears fell to the ground and splashed out like water. Yi Xuanji's heart was bleeding. The servants and guards fell to the ground one after another, in a mess. They had the advantage in numbers, but in the end, they were no match for Yi Xuanji. Seeing this scene, Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang were both stunned for a moment. Yi Xuanji had completely lost control of the Ye family, to the extent that he could not control his impulse to attack. What's going on? Yi Dingdang asked in confusion. He has completely lost control of the Ye family. These people have become Yi Meiyu's slaves and only listen to her orders. Tang Zheng explained. Yi Dingdang thought for a while, then said, "Could it be that Yi Meiyu is by her side, so she can order these people?" Tang Zheng was shocked, realizing that he had overlooked a problem. Yi Meiyu had never appeared, so how did she control these people? She also did not hear anything. What's so hard about that? The inner demon's voice suddenly sounded. Tang Zheng's attention was immediately attracted by the inner demons, and he asked, "You know what's going on?" "Of course, how could Nightmare's little trick stop me, Humph?" The inner demon said proudly. Nightmare's heart's dream traceless technique has many magical aspects, one of which is that it can make people fall into a dream and control others remotely. These people are obviously controlled by the heart's dream traceless technique. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that this was definitely Yi Meiyu's doing. Her heart was really big. These people's eyes are like the eyes of the caster. What they see is what the caster sees. Do you understand? The inner demons asked. Tang Zheng nodded thoughtfully, but he could not suppress the shock in his heart. Not only did Yi Meiyu control others, she had even turned their eyes into an extension of her own vision. Is there a way to break her spell? Others may not be able to do anything, but how can this little trick stop my inner demons? Tang Zheng was overjoyed and said, "Then hurry up and help me break this spell." Without Qiyu's check and balance, the inner demon's attitude towards Tang Zheng had changed a lot. They didn't dare to disobey him easily. Moreover, this method of breaking the spell wasn't his core supernatural power, so he heroically agreed. "This is my secret. If other people want to learn it, Humph, that's wishful thinking. But you're different. Since you want to learn it, I'll teach you." Tang Zheng automatically filtered out the inner demon's boasting, but his impression of the inner demons had improved. He said, "Thank you. This set of spells is called the Heartbreak spell. With your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to learn," the inner demon explained. This set of spells was just a drop in the bucket of his spells, so it wasn't difficult to learn. Heartbreak? Yes, shatter other people's minds. Aren't these people's minds falling into a dream and being controlled? Shatter their minds and they'll naturally be free. Then wouldn't they be dead? Tang Zheng asked curiously. The inner demon snorted and said, "Do you think my inner demon's spells are so simple? If I want to kill someone, I have thousands of ways. Why would I need to use heartbreak? Heartbreak is to shatter other people's minds. It's not fatal, but it can make the person lose their mind for a period of time. What kind of threat can a person without a mind be? The nightmare spells are good, but they're all used to control normal people. Let me ask you, for a person with an abnormal mind, what use would the traceless dream spell have?" Tang Zheng nodded while thinking about the meaning of the words. In the end, he couldn't help but admit that the inner demon's words made a lot of sense. "Then hurry up and teach it to me. Listen carefully, this is the Heartbreak's chant. Understand it well." As soon as the voice fell, a light flashed in Tang Zheng's mind. A passage of words seemed to be engraved in his mind, firmly memorizing it. Tang Zheng didn't need to recite it word by word. The chant turned into a profound mystery that was branded in his mind and body. His closed eyes finally opened. Looking at the guards and servants who were charging in front of him, he pointed out with his finger, and an invisible force rippled out. This force was like a spring rain, moving with the wind, spreading to the top of everyone's head. The charging movement suddenly stopped, as if their pressure points were sealed, and they couldn't move. The murderous intent in their eyes was swept away like the waves, completely disappearing. Bang bang bang. One after another, the sound of people hitting the ground rang out. The rest of the people fell to the ground one after another. Yi Xuanji suddenly raised his head. The tears in his eyes had already dried up. He looked at the people on the ground in shock. He didn't know if they were dead or alive. His eyes became fiery red again. He stared at Tang Zheng hatefully and roared. "What did you do?" He looked like he wanted to kill Tang Zheng. "You killed them? They're my Ye family's people." Yi Xuanji pointed at Tang Zheng with his trembling finger. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. "I killed them." Tang Zheng pointed at his own nose and laughed. "Why would I kill them? Do you think they're dead?" Yi Xuanji was startled. He squatted down to check. Sure enough, they weren't dead, but just unconscious. "What kind of magic did you use?" Yi Xuanji looked up and stared at Tang Zheng, and asked in surprise. He had seen Tang Zheng's magic many times. The most miraculous time was when he was in the ghost realm. He walked through the gates of hell, and was reborn. All of this was thanks to Tang Zheng. In the ghost realm, he saw Tang Zheng's strength. He couldn't believe that he could come and go as he pleased in another world. This made a deep impact on him. For a long time, he almost didn't dare to think of making an enemy out of Tang Zheng. As time passed, the contradiction between him and Tang Zheng became deeper and deeper. All kinds of interests led to hatred overshadowing fear. He tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. At this moment, seeing this scene, that kind of fear once again surged out from the depths of his heart, causing his heart to turn cold. The way he looked at Tang Zheng also changed a lot. He suddenly felt a sense of melancholy. The days of martial artists seemed to have come to an end, whether it was Tang Zheng or his granddaughter Yi Meiyu. They were all young and had risen up in a very short period of time. They had completely left these old fellows behind. The heavens seemed to have destined that martial artists had completely declined. Tang Zheng sneered, but did not say the 3 words heartbreak technique. He only looked at Yi Xuanji coldly and said, "You wouldn't know the divine abilities of a cultivator even if I told you. How do you feel seeing the Ye family reach this point?" Yi Xuanji's expression changed. His gaze wandered around the people on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. The huge family business he had created had completely changed hands, and the Ye family no longer had anything to do with him. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.